A Battle of Brains. Written by Barbara Cartland. Narrated by Anthony Wren. Chapter 1, 1889. Yolanda laid the flowers on her mother's grave and said a prayer as she did so. She found it hard to believe that she would never see her mother she adored. She had already cried herself to sleep every night since she learned of her death. It seemed that she had no more tears to shed. It had happened so suddenly, so unexpectedly, that even now it was difficult to believe. She still expected her mother to be waiting for her. She would be holding out her arms, as she always did when they had been away from each other. Yolanda had been a pupil at a convent school just outside Paris. 4 days ago the Mother Superior had sent for her, and she had gone slowly to her office, wondering what she had done wrong. She never dreamt it could be a message from home. The Mother Superior had broken the dreadful news to her gently, but at the same time it was such a shock that for a moment the news was impossible to believe. Yolanda felt as if the ground had been pulled from under her. They had been through so much together since her father died, and she had believed for a long time that the only safe and secure rock in her life was her mother. Now she was dead too, and Yolanda knew that she was alone. It was only after a very long silence that the Mother Superior said, "Your stepfather, Yolanda, has asked you to return home at once, which I feel certain you will wish to do. You will unfortunately be too late to attend your mother's funeral, but he wants you to be with him." Yolanda had given a little shiver. She never wished to be with her stepfather, and she could not understand why he wanted her now. Equally, if he ordered her to return, there was really nothing she could do about it. She had had plenty of time to ponder her situation on the long journey home, accompanied by an ancient nun who had been instructed to chaperone her. For hours Yolanda was silent, looking back into the past and seeing everything in a different way. Her dearest father, the Earl of Longwood, had been the most handsome, charming, and delightful man anyone could possibly meet. Wherever they were, and whatever was happening, they always seemed to be laughing. Yolanda believed no one could have been happier than she had been, with two such wonderful parents. It was only as she grew up that she understood. The many difficulties, frustrations, and moments of despair in her parents' lives became clearer. Her father, after inheriting the earldom, was given a dreadful shock. Except for the title that had been in the family for several centuries, he received nothing else from his father. The fifth Earl had spent considerably more than his income, and he had sold everything that was saleable. The London house had gone first, and then all the land in the country that had not been entailed, such as the house and its contents. It was heartbreaking for the new Earl. His father had left a considerable number of debts too, which more or less equalled his own, and, as far as he could see, there was no chance of meeting them. He was therefore forced to let out the family house and estate, which brought him in a little money. He, his wife, and daughter had then moved into the dower house. Yolanda did not know exactly when her father took up gambling, but she could understand, now she was older, that it was a desperate effort to win back something after all he had lost. She suspected that some of the possessions in the house that he had dared not sell went to the pawnbroker. They were usually small items that would not be noticed by the trustees, who visited the house and estate every 6 months to check that everything was intact. At first, the Earl was very lucky at his gambling. He won at racing, cards. When they travelled abroad in the casinos he won as well. As she grew up, Yolanda was fascinated when her father came back smiling. He would throw up his arms in delight. "I have won! I have won!" he would call out to her mother. "Now we can enjoy ourselves. And, my darling, you must have the most beautiful jewels I can find." Her mother accepted the gifts, and Yolanda believed it was because, inevitably, sooner or later, they would have to be sold or pawned. The only presents her mother did not lose were the many pretty gowns that her father had bought for her. "You will always be very beautiful, my precious," he would tell his wife, "but I like your frame to be worthy of your beauty." Because her mother had loved him so completely, she always did whatever he wanted, regardless of the consequences. Yolanda remembered affectionately how sweet and kind she was when things went wrong. They would know only too well exactly what had happened after an evening's gambling had not gone well. Her father would enter the room in a slow way, and the expression on his face told them before he spoke what had occurred. "I have lost," he groaned. "I cannot think why luck has turned against me." "You are asking too much, my dearest," her mother would say. "You won last month, and indeed the month before, but you cannot expect to win every time." Sometimes, when things were bad, they would have to leave the comfortable hotel they had been staying in, which meant moving into very uncomfortable lodgings and eating inferior food. But invariably, in some way or another, her father was able to find the money to carry on gambling. It was indeed a strange life, Yolanda mused, as the train carried her from Paris to Calais. She had visited Baden-Baden in Germany with her parents and found the town incredibly beautiful, and she had spent several weeks in Hamburg. They had then travelled back to London after one of her father's more successful spells at the roulette tables and rented a house in Mayfair. He had then been in touch with several of his friends, whom he had not seen for many years, and they had been delighted to see him again. They made a great fuss of the beautiful Countess of Longwood, too, much to the delight of her adoring husband. Next, a governess was engaged for Yolanda, and she enjoyed going to Hyde Park to see the horses in Rotten Row. The beautiful society ladies, like her mother, drove in an open Victoria, an elegant French carriage with a raised driver's seat drawn by two magnificent horses. Accompanied by a liveried coachman, the ladies rode through the parks of London with small sunshades held up over their heads. Then she recalled how very suddenly her father had decided to go to Paris, as he wanted to attend the racing that was about to take place on the new racecourse in the Bois de Boulogne. "I know which horse is going to win the big race," he boasted, "and I intend to make a packet on him." Her mother agreed with him, as she always did. So they set off for Paris and stayed at a large and impressive hotel. As a special treat, Yolanda was allowed to go to the racecourse, and she had known without being told that the racehorses she saw were the finest in Europe. The horse which her father had come to see run was outstanding, and she was well aware that a great number of people were putting their money on him to win. The race was thrilling, and the horses moved at an almost impossible speed, sweeping like typhoons past the winning post. But the horse her father had backed was not in the first three. The result was such a surprise to a large number of racegoers that a groan echoed around the enclosure. It was then that her father had exclaimed angrily, "I don't believe it. The whole race was a cheat, and there should be a full inquiry as to why the favourite was pulled in at the last moment." Unfortunately, the horse's owner, who took umbrage at the suggestion of cheating, overheard her father's loud comments. Yolanda was not quite certain what happened between them, but upon returning to the hotel that evening, she was horrified to discover that her father was expected to fight a duel at dawn the next morning. Her mother was distraught at the prospect. "You cannot do it, darling," she wept over and over again. "You have not fought a duel for many years, and these Frenchmen are experts at it." "It is something I cannot refuse," replied the Earl, "and damn him, he has lost us every penny we possess." Yolanda remembered that her mother had not been in the slightest concerned about the losses. She was only worried about her father fighting in a duel. She was still pleading with him desperately to refuse to take part when they retired to bed. "You know as well as I do," insisted the Earl, that I have to behave like a gentleman. It would besmirch my honour to refuse." There was nothing further her mother could say to dissuade him, but Yolanda could see the tears in her eyes. They drove off together before dawn to the Bois de Boulogne, where duels always took place. Her father was not killed, but badly wounded. Although he was taken back to the hotel where they were staying, and the doctors sent for at once, his wound became septic. Finally, after 3 days in agony, he died. To his adoring wife it was the end of the world, and she could only weep helplessly. They had been very happy together, and the endless difficulties over money had not seemed important as long as they both shared success and failure. Her father had been buried in a graveyard in Paris, as it was too expensive to take his body back to England. Yolanda had then asked her mother what they were going to do, and the Countess made a helpless gesture with her hands. "I have no idea, my darling," she answered. "We have no money, and we owe a great deal to the hotel apart from anything else." "Oh, mamma," exclaimed Yolanda, "perhaps they will prosecute us if we cannot pay. We might even have to go to prison." Her mother had not responded, only cried more tears of despair, whilst Yolanda shivered because she was so afraid. It was then, and it seemed at the time almost like a miracle, that Mr. Garrack had come into their lives. He was staying in the same hotel, and Yolanda had noticed him when they were having dinner the night before the race. He had been sitting at a table near to theirs, and she had been drawn to him, thinking he was a rather unattractive man compared to her handsome father. But he kept staring at her mother with such a look of admiration in his eyes that was, in a way, very flattering. As dinner ended, her father was debating whether he would go to a gambling house that was not too far away. Suddenly, the stranger rose from his table, bowed to her mother and father, and introduced himself. "My name is Oliver Garrack, and you must forgive me if it seems impertinent of me to speak to you." Her father, who was always charming to everyone he met, smiled at him and commented, "We are staying in the same hotel, are we not?" "I was just counting my lucky stars," Mr. Garrack said, "because it has allowed me to see the most beautiful woman I have ever set eyes on." He was looking at her mother as he was speaking, and Yolanda saw that she turned her head away as if a little shy. "There," her father remarked, "I must agree with you. I only wish I could afford to have my wife's portrait painted by a great artist." "Strangely enough," Mr. Garrack then replied, "that is just what I was going to ask you. You might think it very forward, but I am a great lover of beauty. I have my house in England, a collection by some very fine masters." He paused to look at the Countess again before he went on. "But none of my pictures, and many of them are of lovely women, are as beautiful as you, my lady." "That is very kind, and most flattering of you," the Countess responded, obviously feeling a little embarrassed. "What I am wondering," he continued, "is whether you will allow me to have your portrait painted by one of our greatest artists, who is in Paris at this very moment." Yolanda recalled how her mother had looked across the table at her father. "We are, of course, very grateful, Mr. Garrack," the Earl said, "but I am afraid that we cannot accept your kind offer, because as soon as the racing is over tomorrow, we intend going back to England." Mr. Garrack sat silent for a moment, and then said, "I too shall be returning home. I can only ask if you would permit me to visit you in London, or the country, to discuss this matter again. To me, it is a matter of great importance, and it would be a great honour to add a portrait of your wife to my collection." He smiled before he added, "I am certain that future generations of art lovers would be eternally grateful to you." The Earl looked at his wife. As they were so very close to each other, Yolanda was always sure that they could read each other's thoughts. Her father clearly sensed without being told that his wife did not want her portrait painted. In fact, she had no wish to see Mr. Garrack again. The Earl was, however, very tactful. "It is exceedingly generous of you, and of course we shall consider your offer seriously. But for the moment, my wife is tremendously busy, so it would be difficult for her to be in London for long, or to give up so much time to an artist." "I do understand. Yes, of course I understand," Mr. Garrack had answered. "But I am just praying that one day my dream will come true, and your beautiful wife will shine in my collection, which I hope to leave, when I die, to the National Gallery." The Earl was obviously impressed, and as Mr. Garrack bowed himself away, Yolanda remembered her mother saying, "I don't want to be in his collection, darling, only in yours." The Earl had laughed. "Which is so small that at the moment it does not exist, except in my mind." Yolanda had, she recalled, somehow felt glad that they need not be troubled further with Mr. Garrack. Yet it was he who came to their rescue in their darkest hour. The day after her father was buried, her mother was presented with a very large bill by the hotel. She and Yolanda were both in the sitting-room of their suite when she received the bill. When the servant had left them, the Countess said in a small, frightened voice, "Whatever am I to do now, Yolanda? I have only my engagement ring to sell, but I doubt if that will give us enough money to pay this enormous bill." Yolanda was well aware that her father had been so certain the horse he fancied was going to win. He had pawned most of her mother's best jewellery, and then sold some of her other pieces to finance even more bets. Looking at the bill searchingly, as if she thought that somehow there must be a mistake, the Countess asked again, "What am I to do? Oh, darling, what can I do?" As she spoke, there was a knock at the door. Because her mother was crying, Yolanda jumped up to answer it, as she would not want the servants or anyone else to see her tears. Outside was Mr. Garrack. He was well dressed and sporting an orchid in his buttonhole. Yolanda felt that they had no wish to talk to him at this traumatic moment. "I would like to see your mother," he began. "I am afraid that Mamma is not receiving." Then, to her great surprise, and before she had even finished speaking, he pushed past her into the sitting-room. He crossed over the room to where her mother was sitting with a handkerchief held to her eyes. He went down on one knee beside her. "You must not weep, my beautiful lady," Yolanda heard him say. "I cannot bear to see you so unhappy." Yolanda thought that it would be embarrassing for her mother if she listened to what Mr. Garrack was saying to her, so she went into the bedroom, but did not close the door. She could hear her mother weak and tearful, and next came Mr. Garrack's voice, sympathetic and flattering. She could not hear exactly what was said, only the tone of their voices. Her mother's was low and quieter, whilst Mr. Garrack's was more determined, as if he was fighting to get his own way. Yolanda could not think what the conversation was all about, unless he was once again pressing his longing for a portrait of her mother. If he was, she considered it rather bad taste at this particular moment. Anyway, it would be impossible for them to stay in Paris without any money, and equally impossible, she now feared, to leave. She sat, wondering anxiously what they could do, racking her brains for a solution to their hopeless situation. For the first time in her life, she began to query why they had so few relations. She had thought about it before, but had not actually asked any questions. She knew that her mother's family, who were very distinguished, lived in the north of England. It was a long way from London, she mused, so maybe that was the reason she had not met any of them. Her father's family, if he had any, must live somewhere in the rural county of Hertfordshire, where the family home was situated, she concluded. "I must ask Mamma," she had said to herself, "if there is anyone we can turn to, now that things are so desperate." It seemed to Yolanda as if hours passed. At last she could hear Mr. Garrack saying goodbye to her mother and walking across the room to the door. "I will order dinner for 8 o'clock, he said as he reached it, "and I will be there waiting, my beautiful lady, eagerly and excitedly for you and your daughter." Then he was gone. Yolanda hurried out into the sitting-room to find her mother was no longer crying. As Yolanda reached her, she held out her hands. "We are saved, darling," she cried. "Saved, when I was frightened that we might have been taken to prison. What has happened, Mamma?" She knelt down beside her mother's chair. "It may be wrong of me," she answered, "and some people would think it reprehensible, but I had no choice but to accept Mr. Garrack's kind offer." "What was that, Mamma?" "Because he wants my portrait to be painted for his collection. He has offered to pay the bill here, and also to pay for us to go back to England." She paused for a moment and then continued softly. "He said, 'There is a painter who will do me justice. He has just painted the Princess of Wales and a great number of fashionable beauties, including Mrs. Lily Langtry.'" "I suppose," Yolanda remarked a little doubtfully, "it is very kind of him." "Yes, of course it is," her mother replied somewhat sharply. "And I certainly cannot imagine anyone else being so incredibly generous or understanding after such a short acquaintance." There was a silence for a moment before she added, "He told me that if he had known earlier that Papa was being buried here in Paris, he would have arranged for his body to be taken back to England, and he could have been buried in a tomb of his ancestors." Yolanda then remembered that they had not seen Mr. Garrack in the dining-room since the night he had first spoken to her mother. She supposed that he must have been out of Paris, and had not been aware of the duel or of her father's death. As if she had spoken out aloud, her mother said, "Mr. Garrack only returned last night. When they told him what had happened to your papa, he was not only shocked, but he said his heart bled for me." Yolanda thought this was a somewhat exaggerated way of talking, but she supposed it was indeed very kind of Mr. Garrack to befriend them. "We are returning to London tomorrow, Yolanda, and I never want to see Paris or meet a Frenchman ever again." She spoke bitterly, and tears were back in her eyes. "Don't cry, Mamma," begged Yolanda. "You know Papa hated you to be unhappy. I am sure wherever he is still looking after us, and somehow everything will be all right." She was trying as hard as she could to cheer up her mother, who now replied, "It does seem rather like a miracle that Mr. Garrack, whom we have not known before, should appear just at this moment and be so very, very generous. I told him that I had pawned all my jewellery, and the only piece left was my engagement ring. I offered to give it to him, but he would not take it." Yolanda was glad, as she knew that it would have completely broken her mother's heart to have parted with the engagement ring that had meant so much to her. Her parents' marriage had been a love match. They had been engaged for just a short time, and her mother had often said that she and her father had fallen in love with each other at first sight. "I knew, darling, the moment I saw him," she said, "that he was the most handsome, exciting, and wonderful man I have ever met." "I am not surprised, Mamma." She had noticed that when her father came into a room, the women all looked at him, and she could easily understand why her mother had fallen in love so quickly. "I have heard Papa say," she exclaimed, "that he looked at you and lost his heart immediately." "We were so very happy," her mother said, and her voice broke on the last word. "I am sure it is Papa who sent Mr. Garrack to us at exactly the right moment. When we get back to England, I am sure we will find things are not as bad as we fear." As it happened, it would have been a lot worse, except that Mr. Garrack took them to his large and imposing house in Park Lane. He insisted on finding out if there was any money left in her father's bank account, and if they were entitled to sell anything from the family house and estate. Mr. Garrack reassured the heartbroken Countess that he was sure something had been overlooked, and that they had not been left totally penniless. It was only after the finances had been scrutinized that he conceded that he had been mistaken. There really was nothing left. What was more, The income from the people renting the Earl's house and estate had already been given to the bank against his large overdraft. It was then, looking back, Yolanda realized that Mr. Garrack had taken complete control of their lives. He managed to persuade her mother that she should, for the time being, stay with Yolanda at his house in Park Lane. "I could, of course," he said, "quite easily buy you a house anywhere you wanted, but I want to be with you, to see you and to talk to you." He smiled before he added, "It seems rather a waste of money when this large house is full of empty rooms, and I am a very lonely man." There was really nothing the Countess could do but accept his kind offer. It would have been untrue to say that both she and Yolanda did not enjoy the comfort and luxury with which they were now surrounded. Because they were in mourning, Mr. Garrack at first did not try to persuade them to meet other people, but after a short time he gradually began to bring his friends home. It was then that Yolanda began to notice that in many ways he was not exactly a gentleman. She did not say it, even quietly to herself in those particular words. It was just what she observed when she compared him to her father. What was more, she considered it embarrassing that Mr. Garrack should be so obviously pleased and delighted to have her mother as a guest, not only because of her beauty, but also because of her title. There was something in the way he would say to anyone who came to see them, "Let me introduce you to the delightful Countess of Longwood, who is staying with me, who is not only the most beautiful woman in the world, but also a very valued friend." He always accentuated her title. "And also her daughter, Lady Yolanda Wood," she heard him say dozens of times. Always he said her name with what she thought was a pronounced accent on the word lady. After they had been in London for only a month, the season had come to an end, and the majority of socialites left London for the country or Scotland. They had been talking to two men who were going grouse shooting, and Yolanda asked her mother, "Do you not think, Mamma, it would be a good idea to get in touch with some of your relations? I know they live in the north, but I have not met any of them, and it would be very exciting if we went for a visit." The Countess was silent for a moment. Yolanda knew she was considering what she should answer, and it made her wonder why she had not been told anything about them before. "I suppose, darling, you had better know the truth. When I married your father, all my family were very angry. They had arranged for me to marry a distinguished man, rather older than I was. When I fell in love with your father, they tried in every way they could to dissuade me from marrying him. But you insisted, Mamma, and I am very glad that you did." "Of course I insisted. But after we were married, your father found them so very disagreeable and unfriendly that we came south and never went back." Yolanda gave a little cry. "But, Mamma, surely you miss your family?" The Countess sighed. "To be honest, I was so very happy with your father, I hardly ever gave them a thought. My father was never friendly like Papa was with you, and my mother was, I think, not particularly fond of children. She had 4, and found them all rather a bore. As I was the youngest, I received the least attention." "It is difficult for me to think of your family being like that, Mamma. You have always been so wonderful to me, and so was Papa. You never made me feel you did not want me, although perhaps sometimes I was a nuisance." The Countess laughed. "You were never that, darling. We were thrilled to have you, but of course I ought to have given your Papa a son to follow after him." She paused and then added, "I only realized yesterday that now your father is no longer with us, the earldom comes to an end. He had 2 cousins who might have inherited the title, but they were killed fighting with General Gordon at Khartoum." "I call it very sad, Mamma. But what happens now to the house and all the things which should have come to the next earl if there had been one?" "Mr. Garrack is looking into that at the moment," her mother replied. "Of course, even if we were allowed to go on living there, as there is no heir, We could not afford to do so. Have we really no money, Mamma, except what Mr. Garrack is giving us? Yolanda asked her in a low voice. Her mother shook her head. None, my darling, and I feel it is terrible for us to inflict ourselves on him like this. At the same time, he so adores having us here, and keeps saying what a difference we have made to his life. I feel it is no use suggesting we go somewhere else. Although it seemed wrong and ungrateful, Yolanda just did not like Mr. Garrack. There was something about him that made her feel uncomfortable. When he told her that he now looked on her as if she was his daughter, she wanted to respond that she would never be that in a million years. Instead, she just managed to say, "That is so very kind of you." She thought from the expression in his eyes that he knew quite well it was something she did not want. It was a short while after this that he persuaded the Countess that Yolanda should be better educated, and began making inquiries as to the best school for young ladies in London. He discovered that the best school for the daughters of the aristocracy was in fact the Convent of Our Lady, just outside Paris. A great many aristocrats sent their daughters there, and the pupils included the daughters of 3 dukes. The Mother Superior only accepted the girls from France and other European countries if they came from the grandest and most respected society families. In vain did Yolanda protest that she did not want to leave her beloved mother or England, and almost before she realized what was happening, she found herself sent off to France. A middle-aged woman who was one of Mr. Garrack's secretaries and a courier accompanied her on the journey. When she reached the convent, she found it rather sparse, but the educational facilities were superb. The girls were not only taught by nuns, but by tutors who came from every part of Europe. It was easy to learn French and German, as well as Spanish, Italian, and Greek. The music teachers were the best in Europe, and this pursuit of excellence applied to every other subject. Because Yolanda was very intelligent, she enjoyed her lessons enormously, and her reports would have pleased any parent. Her mother was overjoyed by her progress. "I am so thankful, my darling," she wrote, "that you have settled in and are enjoying your lessons. It is what your father would have wanted, although I doubt very much if we would have been able to afford it. I am just exceedingly grateful to Mr. Garrack for making this possible for you. He sends his love and says the prizes he will give you at the end of term will be well worth waiting for." Yolanda told herself it was very good of him, but at the same time, for some unknown reason, she had no wish to accept anything more from him. She resented being in such debt to him, although her mother always spoke so enthusiastically about him. Therefore, it was not really such a shock when she was told that when Mr. Garrack had asked her mother to be his wife, that she had accepted. She wrote to Yolanda, "I will never love anyone as I loved your dearest father. But, darling, I have to think of you and the future. You know as well as I do that we have no money, no house, and nowhere to go. Mr. Garrack has been so kind that I feel it would be most ungrateful if I did not try to make him as happy as I can, in return for all he has given us. He says that he will treat you as if you were his own daughter, and you shall have the best of everything in life." The Countess went on for a long time, praising Mr. Garrack's kindness, explaining over and over again how the only way she could show her gratitude was to do as he wanted. At the end of her letter she finished, "As you and I are both so aware, darling, there will never be anyone like Papa. But I know he would want you to be well educated, and for us both to be secure. Your loving Mamma." It was something that Yolanda could not contradict, yet she still wanted to. The next time Yolanda saw her mother, she was saddened to see that she looked a little older. She was clearly not as happy as she had been when married to the Earl, but Yolanda had to admit she wanted for nothing. She only had to murmur her interest in some object, and no matter how expensive it was, Mr. Garrack bought it for her. He was also very generous to Yolanda. He bought her new clothes, a piano because she had learnt to play rather well, and what she wanted more than anything else, a horse. She rode it first in Hyde Park. Then she learnt that Mr. Garrack had just purchased a house in the country. He has not had one before, her mother explained, because he has always been so busy. What does he do, Mamma? Yolanda had asked. I have often wondered why he has so much money. He has worked for it. He came from quite a poor family, but he has worked himself up to being one of the richest men in the country. Is that really true? Questioned Yolanda. It is what he has told me, darling, and the way he spends money on me makes me sure he is many times a millionaire. No one could have had more jewellery than her mother now possessed. She had several pearl necklaces, diamonds, sets of sapphires and aquamarines. Yolanda stared at them all in disbelief when they emerged from the safe in her mother's bedroom. But no matter how much the precious trinkets glittered, she still harboured a strange feeling about Mr. Garrack that she could not explain. She could just not shake the feeling that he was not really what he appeared to be. How can I be so stupid? She asked herself. Look how kind he was at Christmas, and the presents he gave me. A fur coat, a pearl necklace, and more horses to ride. It seemed wrong, and she felt ashamed of herself that she did not like him. However, as her mother seemed happy, that was all that mattered. By now her portrait had been painted, not once, but 3 times by 3 different artists, as Mr. Garrack still claimed that none of them had done her beauty justice. His new house in the country was even bigger than the one Yolanda's father had inherited, but it did not have any atmosphere of antiquity. It was large, rich, and cold, and Yolanda thought that it would be difficult to make it come to life. From the moment she entered it, she had wanted to feel happy there and part of a family. Maybe it will improve as the years go by, she told herself. But somehow she had no wish to stay there so long. Now, without the warmth of her mother, she felt that the house was almost repulsive. Her stepfather had welcomed her back from France in a friendly manner that made her feel ashamed of criticizing him. She still did feel guilty for not feeling inwardly as grateful as she pretended to be. I sent for you, he said when she arrived, because I knew you were leaving at the end of term. I felt as you could not come to your mother's funeral, you would like to see her grave as soon as it was possible for you to do so. That is very kind of you, replied Yolanda warily. She was aware her stepfather was inspecting her. He had not seen her for nearly 6 months, and now she was over 18. She was sensible enough to realize she had altered in quite a number of ways. Finally he commented, You are beautiful. Not as beautiful as your mother was, but quite beautiful enough to turn the head of any young man who looks at you. She did not reply, feeling very uncomfortable to be spoken to in such a fashion. It was as if he was expressing her value in cash, and it was somehow degrading. What I hope to do now that I have come home, she said eventually, is to find something sensible to do. She was thinking as she spoke that she might work in some capacity with a local charity, or perhaps she could be interested in the running of an orphanage. One of the girls at school had told her she had done so in her country, and it had been a great success. To her surprise, her stepfather laughed. There is no reason for you to look around for work, Yolanda. I have something for you that I will tell you about later. I am sure you will find it very interesting. Yolanda wondered what it could be. She had the feeling that if it was something he had chosen, it would not be what she really wanted. Now, standing quietly at her mother's graveside, she was praying desperately that her mother would help her. What am I to do with myself now that you are not here? She asked. I cannot just stay here in this house in the country or in the one in London. It was different when you were there, and we could talk together. Even without Papa, we were happy. She gave a deep sigh before continuing to pray. But, dearest Mamma, This is going to be something very different, and I am frightened. Frightened of the future without you, and without anything that I can use my brains and energy on." She looked up at the sky. "Please help me, Mamma. I know you understand. I need your help desperately, and I need it quickly." Then, because there seemed no answer, she felt the tears come into her eyes, and she wiped them away almost roughly. She knew it would upset her mother if she cried, but she wept until it was impossible to do so any more. However, she was intelligent enough to realize that she now had to make more practical plans for the future. What it reduced down to in a few words was that she did not want to stay with her stepfather. But where could she go? What could she do? There was no answer to either of these questions. Chapter 2. When she returned to the house, Yolanda went into the sitting room where she and her mother had always sat. It all felt so familiar that as she walked in through the door she almost believed her mother would be waiting for her and look up with her usual smile. Instead, there was just emptiness and silence. She moved over to the large writing desk, the one her mother had always used, opened a drawer and found all the letters she had written to her from France. She remembered how proudly she had written of all the exciting things she had done and learnt, knowing that her mother would be interested and pleased for her. She felt that in some historic way they were both sharing the very extensive education she was receiving. Sighing, Yolanda closed the drawer of the writing desk and walked over to the window. The garden outside was a mass of flowers, with the lawns emerald green and perfectly kept. It was just another example of what money could do, and she could understand why her stepfather demanded the best and insisted on having it. "He is so rich," she ruminated. "So rich. If Papa had made only a little more money, he could have restored our home and made it look like this establishment." She felt sure that her mother had often thought the same thing, watching day after day as Mr. Garrack poured out endless sums of money. She must have thought of the contrast between her new life and the life she had shared with her beloved husband, when they had often been desperate for just a few pounds. Then, very sensibly, Yolanda told herself that it was no use trying to live in the past. What she had to do was to live in the present and make the best of it. "I do know, Mamma," she sighed beneath her breath, "that it is just what you would want me to do." The door of the sitting room opened, and one of the footmen entered. "The master asks, my lady, if you would join him in the study." "Yes, of course I will." Yolanda wondered again as she walked towards her stepfather's study what he was going to talk to her about. He had said he had something for her to do, and she hoped it would be something really interesting, as well as something she was capable of doing. At the same time, it did seem strange that he was thinking of her working the moment she returned home from the convent. The study was impressive and lavishly furnished. There were some valuable pictures on the walls, and the ornaments on the mantelpiece and on the tables were all museum pieces. When Yolanda had first seen Mr. Garrack's house, she had been extremely impressed and surprised that he had such good taste. She learned that it had actually been furnished by two of the most experienced London decorators, and all that Mr. Garrack had to do was pay the bills. He was sitting now at a very beautiful George IV Regency mahogany writing desk. Yolanda saw that there was a new picture over the mantelpiece. It was a portrait of her mother, and she knew it had been painted by one of the great artists of the day. She closed the door behind her, and as she walked towards her stepfather, she thought he was scrutinizing her in a rather strange manner. "You wanted to see me, step-papa?" "Please, sit down," he asked, indicating a chair. Yolanda did as she was told, but now she had her back to her mother's portrait. Yet she tried to feel as if her mother was present and helping her. No doubt she would be telling her, as she had done so often, that they must be very grateful for all the kindness they had received from Mr. Garrack. "You were saying just now," her stepfather began, "that you would like to have something to do. Well, I have a very important job for you, and I feel that you are bright enough not to fail me." Yolanda was somewhat surprised at the way he was speaking, but she replied as though prompted by her mother. "I hope I can do anything you require, steppapa. But first I must thank you for the excellent education I received at the convent. I am sure that if you saw my reports, you would be impressed by the number of different classes I attended." "I am delighted you can speak so many languages," replied Mr. Garrack. "Also, I did notice that your reports were so good. You certainly worked hard." "I did my best, and I can only say thank you again for sending me to such a good school." "What I would like you to do now," he said, "will require intelligence more than knowledge." Yolanda waited wide-eyed, and he continued, "Tonight we will have a guest whose name is Jack Harpole. He is, as indeed I am, interested in the many industrial developments that have been taking place lately, not only in this country, but all over the world." "I think, steppa, you're talking about what they're calling the Industrial Revolution." Her stepfather raised his eyebrows. "Do you know about it? I would have thought that was hardly the sort of lesson that would be given to such a young, pretty lady." "I do think the French girls, more than other peoples, appreciate the large increase in trade that is currently taking place in every country." Yolanda paused for a moment before she added, "The nuns, therefore, taught us all about the science of industry, and mentioned the new industries that are being founded in various different countries." "I am surprised, Yolanda, and equally very pleased. You will then understand what I am asking you to do." "What is that?" "You will have doubtless been taught that there has been a great advance in the hulls of steamers." "You mean that they are now steel-hulled?" "Yes, indeed. The first steel vessel to cross the Atlantic was built in Liverpool in 1867. Now steel hulls are being quite commonplace both in England and America. In fact, the Royal Navy has built 2 fast dispatch vessels." "I did not think, steppapa, that you would be so interested in ships." Mr. Garrack laughed. "I am interested in anything what makes money. Undoubtedly, at the moment, every new ship being built will have a steel hull, and firms all over this country are struggling to improve their steamers and all other types of ship. Fortunately, we are well in advance of other countries that will have to buy from us until they have learned to make their own." Yolanda thought that this was all most interesting, but wondered how it concerned her. There was another pause before he went on. "My friend, who is coming here this evening, is very anxious to buy one particular company that has built quite a number of ships that are nearly finished. What I want to know is what he is prepared to pay for them." "Have you asked him?" inquired Yolanda. Her stepfather smiled. I don't think you understand. I am also interested in these ships, and I am anxious that they should become my property, not my friend's." Yolanda stared closely at him, because she still did not fully comprehend what he was trying to say. However, Mr. Garrack continued, "Mr. Harpole does not know that I am also ready to make a deal. He is staying with me because we are old friends, and he also wants my advice on several other firms that have different products to sell." "But won't he be upset if he finds out that you are bidding against him?" "I think he will be very upset if I am successful, but I see no need for him to know that I have succeeded where he has failed before he returns to Canada, which is where he is working at the moment." Yolanda gave a little laugh. "It all sounds rather complicated. I only hope, steppapa, that you are successful and get the ships that you want." "Well, that, of course, depends on you." "On me? How can it depend on me?" "That is exactly what I am about to tell you." Yolanda looked at him in astonishment. "When Mr. Harpole dines with us tonight, I shall give him the very best wine from my cellar, champagne, claret, port, and, of course, excellent liqueurs to follow a magnificent meal." Yolanda thought that sounded like enough alcohol for any man. "When you leave the table, as your mother always did after the coffee, I want you to go upstairs and go to the room where Mr. Harpole is sleeping. He is not bringing a valet, and the servants will all be downstairs by then." "But what do you want me to do?" Yolanda asked him in a bewildered voice. "Mr. Harpole will have with him a dispatch case, It will be left upstairs in his room, and, of course, it will be locked. I want you to open it." "But how can I do that?" Yolanda interrupted. "I know the make, and I have an alternative key that I will give you. Inside the case you will see a lot of notes and letters. Because you are very intelligent, I want you to quickly look and find those which come from the Doxford shipyard." He repeated the firm's name and continued. "Make a note of what is in the letters as fast as you can, particularly if there are any in his handwriting. I require copies of those too. After you have done that, go straight to bed, as I rather suspect that Mr. Harpole will not be in a condition for you to find his company very genial if you get caught prying." As he finished speaking, Yolanda gave a gasp. "What you are asking me to do, steppapa, is to spy on your friend. It is something that no lady, or gentleman for that matter, would ever do." "What I am requesting," he replied sharply, "is business. It is the type of business that takes place all over the world every day. As I wish to make a larger bid for the ships than Harpole, it will be convenient for me to know what he has already offered. Also, if they have refused or accepted his offer. Then you will offer more for them." "Of course I will. But you must see that what you are suggesting is cheating, steppapa, and in a most underhand way too, as this Mr. Harpole is supposedly your friend." "There is no need to preach to me," he snapped. "There is nothing wrong with what I am telling you to do. It is just standard business practice. I had no idea you would make such a silly fuss." He took a deep breath and then declared firmly, "Mr. Harpole is not working for himself, but for an American company." He made a sound which was almost a laugh. "Harpole will receive a good rake-off from the deal, of course he will. And if I trusted him, which I don't, I might even suggest that we join hands on this particular purchase, but I have no wish to be too closely connected with him." "I don't think that his sharp practice makes what you ask any better." Mr. Garrack sat back in his chair. "Does it really matter what you do or don't think? I have requested that you undertake a straightforward job for me. I feel certain that you can carry it out without making a mistake, or missing the items you are looking for." Yolanda sat upright and clenched her fingers. "I cannot do it, steppapa." "Why ever not?" he spat back angrily. "Because, as I said, it is cheating. I feel sure that if you asked Mr. Harpole in a straight manner exactly what he was offering for these ships, he would tell you." He laughed, and it was not a pretty sound. "My dear child, how little you know of the world, and how extremely stupid you are. Of course Mr. Harpole will give me a figure, but if you think it would be the true one, then you must be even more foolish than I thought." "You mean that he would cheat you?" "Of course he would cheat me. We are both men of business, and we know only too well the difficult world we are working in." Yolanda did not speak, and he went on. "Then, having asked him point-blank what his price is, you can be sure that he would do everything in his power to damage me. Thus I would find it difficult to approach the firm at all, because he would have already poisoned their minds against me." Yolanda gave a little shiver. "It all sounds unpleasant, underhand, and illegal." "Officially, there is nothing illegal about this," her stepfather retorted, "and what you have to do is very simple, and will not be known to anyone." He dropped his voice. "Neither my secretary nor my attorney, who will be travelling with me, will know when I go to see the ship owners." "I am very sorry, stepfather," sighed Yolanda. "I know that Mamma would think it wrong." "Your mother, whom I adored, knew nothing about business, and as you well know, she would have done anything to help and support me if I had asked her to do so." This Yolanda could not deny, so she replied, "It is something my father would never do, because he would consider it as bad as cheating at cards." "If your father had cheated a little, he would have been a far richer man when he died." As Yolanda was silent, he said after a moment, "Now stop talking nonsense. Here is the key to Mr. Harpole's dispatch case." He took a key from a drawer on his desk and held it out to her. Yolanda shook her head. "I am sorry, Papa, but I cannot do something that I am sure would shock every respectable person I have ever known. It would make me feel like I had committed an unforgivable sin." For a second, Mr. Garrack just stared at her. "If that is to be your attitude, then of course I must respect it. But I can only hope that you will find a situation where you can express your principles without upsetting anyone." His eyes flickered over her before he added, "You are a very pretty girl, and doubtless someone will employ you just for your looks rather than your brains. But in the meantime, until you find a suitable position, you may be somewhat uncomfortable, and perhaps hungry." Now Yolanda understood what he was saying, and she gave a little gasp. "Are you telling me, steppapa, that if I do not do this for you, you will turn me out and do nothing for me?" "I have done a great deal for you already, Yolanda, as you well know. But if you are not prepared to pay back in a small way what I have spent on you, I see no reason why I should spend any more." "But you know quite well that I have no money and nowhere to go." Mr. Garrack turned towards his writing desk. "That is not my business. But I dare say your mother would be most upset at your walking the streets without a chaperone, and with nowhere to lay your head." Yolanda gave a little cry. "How can you be so unkind? You know how much it would upset Mamma." "It upsets me too," he replied. "At the same time, it is impossible for us to live here together if you disapprove so much of me and my methods. I think you are ungrateful, and in some ways offensive." Yolanda realized that he had won the battle. So, in a small voice that he could only hear, she murmured, "Very well, steppapa. You know that I am unable to fight you, so you win. I will do what you tell me to do." "I thought you would see sense." He picked up the key he had put on the edge of his desk and handed it to her. Yolanda took it from him. "Now, there is no reason, Yolanda, for us to speak of this again. You know what you have to do, and we will behave as if this conversation has never taken place." He rose from his desk. "Actually, I had a present for you on your return, and I think it is something you should come and see." "What is it, steppapa?" Yolanda was forced to ask. "It is an outstanding present, which I am told has Arab blood in his veins, and will require riding by someone who is as good equestrian besides a lover of horses." Yolanda's heart gave a leap. "A new horse!" she exclaimed. "A new stallion, and it is a present from me to you." "You know how exciting that is for me, and thank you very much." She forced the words out between tight lips. She knew that she ought to kiss him, but could not make herself do so. Instead, she asked quickly, "Can we go and see him now?" "That is what I thought we would do, so I have already warned the stables to have him ready for you." Yolanda was aware that he had known before their conversation started that he would be the winner. He obviously recognized that he would afterwards prove his magnanimity by giving her such a present. How could she be anything but grateful when she loved horses so much? The one thing she had missed at the convent was being able to ride. As they walked to the stables, she had the feeling that she had sold her principles at an expensive price. Because it was impossible to do anything else, she talked at dinner about everything she could think of, with the exception of steel-hulled ships. What she had to do tomorrow night kept her awake long after she had gone to bed. The more she thought it over in her mind, the more she realized in her heart that there should be no question of her complying with her stepfather's wishes. But how could she possibly face going out into the world alone? She knew that it would be practically impossible to find work with hardly a penny in her pocket and no knowledge of London. She had only been in the city briefly, but what she had seen had been the elegance of Hyde Park, the rich and comfortable houses of her mother's friends, and the luxury of her stepfather's mansion. She was not so stupid as to think any of that would be of the slightest help, not if she actually had to earn her own living. Apart from that, what else could she do? She had an excellent education, yet that was not to say it would enable her to earn much on her own. The most she could hope for was to become a governess or a servant, and even that would be unlikely, as she had no experience. It surely was a man's world, she thought ruefully. Women were not particularly necessary, whilst it seemed men were always in demand. It is all so frightening, Yolanda brooded. She was forced to be dependent on whoever would be kind to her, and at the moment that was her stepfather. I have to obey him, Papa, even though I think he is wrong and ungentlemanly, she murmured slowly. Then she felt like crying. However drastic their situation had been in the past, her dear father had never done anything so underhand, nor something he would think of as common and beneath him. All the next day, Yolanda waited apprehensively for the arrival of Mr. Harpole. When he did arrive, he was such an unpleasant-looking man that she felt that it might be easier to cheat him than if he had been handsome and charming. Yolanda was sure that if it was a question of Mr. Harpole deceiving her stepfather, he would not hesitate. He was clearly impressed with the huge house, and, as usual, her stepfather introduced her in a way that made her sound grander than she really was. Because he would expect it, she put on a very pretty gown for dinner, although she should be dressed in black as she was still in mourning. When she had first arrived back, she had asked her stepfather if she could buy some black clothes. She did not have any to wear on her journey home from Paris, so she had chosen her plainest coat and taken all the decorations from her hat. Her stepfather, however, told her firmly, "No mourning." "But it is correct for me to wear mourning, because my mamma is dead," protested Yolanda. "I am aware of that," he replied, "but I do dislike black, and I want you to look attractive. You can wear as much white as you like, and as you are a debutante now you have left school, white is the correct colour for you. I am not having you walking about looking like a crow, and your mother would not like it either." Yolanda wanted to argue with him. However, as they were in the country, she consoled herself that, as they did not see anyone, it would not matter that much what colour she wore. She also knew that her mother had always disliked black, complaining that it did not flatter her complexion. Although her mother had worn it when her father died, she soon changed to mauve or wore black dresses with a great deal of white trimming on them. Whatever her opinion, Yolanda knew in her heart that, as usual, it was impossible to disagree with her stepfather, as he would have to pay for anything she bought. She therefore chose for dinner one of the gowns her mother had sent to her while she had been at the convent. Putting it on, Yolanda remembered what her mother had written at the time. "I was out shopping yesterday and saw such pretty dresses in that shop in Bond Street where we bought some clothes before. I am sending you 2 gowns, which I know you will enjoy wearing. They come to you, my darling, with all my love, but you must write and thank your stepfather for buying them." Yolanda looked mournfully at herself in the mirror, seeing a sad-looking girl in a very pretty, expensive dress. As she finished getting ready, she decided that it all came down to the same thing in the end. Those who had money could do what they wanted, but those who had none had to do what they were told. She slipped the key that her stepfather had given her into her little evening bag and reluctantly went down the stairs, pasting a smile on her face as she went. Both the men had changed into evening clothes. Greeting them, Yolanda considered that Mr. Harpole looked a little better in this than he had when he arrived. But as dinner progressed, she could not help thinking how rough and common he was, despite his expensive clothes. He was obviously very clever, and she listened to the way he talked to her stepfather with something approaching respect for his intellect. There was no doubt that he had travelled, and listening to him recounting his business stories, it was clear that he was well versed in the new industries springing up all over the world. There was, however, no mention of ships. Yolanda found it hard to concentrate, let alone enjoy the food so carefully prepared by Mr. Garrack's excellent cook, as she thought apprehensively of what she had to do when dinner was over. By the time she left the dining room, Mr. Harpole had drunk a great deal. He was talking more effusively than he had previously, and he began paying her one or two rather uncomfortable compliments. When she rose to leave, the gentlemen to their port, Mr. Harpole had some difficulty in rising to his feet. She walked quickly upstairs, as her stepfather had instructed her to do so. Mr. Harpole, as an honoured guest, had been put in the same corridor as her own room, but on the other side. Yolanda was relieved that there were no servants to be seen. Nervously, she now opened the door of the bedroom where Mr. Harpole was sleeping, and it was a relief to find that there were some lights left on. His room was large, but it was not connected to a boudoir. Thus there was a writing desk in the bow window overlooking the garden. Yolanda saw that the dispatch case her stepfather had told her about was standing at the side of the desk. She picked it up and put it down on a chair. As her stepfather had anticipated, it was locked, and the key he had given her fitted perfectly. She opened the case. Inside, just as she had been told, were a number of letters and 3 notebooks together with pens and pencils. Because she was feeling so apprehensive, her hands were trembling as she pulled out the papers. None of them referred to ships, nor were they headed with the name of the Doxford shipyard. She must have turned over a dozen letters and notes in Mr. Harpole's hand. Finally, she found what she wanted. She pulled a letter out of the case, and going a little nearer to the lamp burning on the writing desk, she read, "Sir, with reference to your recent order of £500,000 for the ships we discussed at our meeting on the 29th of April, I have now put forward your offer to the committee of the Doxford shipyard. They have suggested you should visit them at your earliest convenience to discuss the matter more fully. Yours truly, James Augment." Quickly, as she was afraid she might be disturbed, she scribbled down what she had read onto a small piece of writing paper. Then she shut and locked the case with the key and put it back down beside the writing table. Having taken the information her stepfather wanted, she hurried across the room. She only paused as she reached the door with the sudden realization that it would be a mistake for anyone to see her coming out of Mr. Harpole's bedroom. To her great sense of relief, the passage was empty. She ran to her own bedroom on the other side of the corridor, closed the door behind her, and locked it. She had done it. She had obeyed her stepfather and found what he wanted. She should imagine how angry he would have been if she had failed to find anything, or even worse still, been discovered rummaging in the case by Mr. Harpole or anyone else. She undressed. Then, before she climbed into bed, she stood at her window looking up at the stars. "Are you very shocked, Papa?" she asked the stars. "I know you would have been horrified at being required to do anything underhand and despicable." There was no answer, but she carried on. "I will try not to have to do anything like this again. I have the frightening feeling that stepfather will ask me to do anything he wants, and there is really little point in my protesting." She was still looking up at the stars. Then suddenly, a shooting star sped across the sky. There was a flash, and it was gone. She had the feeling it was somehow an answer from her father, telling her that he understood. The next morning, Mr. Harpole left early. By the time Yolanda came downstairs for breakfast, he had gone, and she was thankful not to have seen him. She then learned from the butler that her stepfather had breakfast with him, and had seen him off. "The master is in the study, my lady, if you wish to see him." Yolanda was wearing her riding habit, but she went straight to the study, knowing he would be expecting her. He was at his desk, and he looked up as she entered. "Good morning, Yolanda. I very much hope you have something for me." She did not answer, but walked to the desk and handed over to him the piece of paper on which she had copied the letter in Mr. Harpole's case. He took it from her, read it, and then smiled. "Thank you, Yolanda. You did that very well, and I commend you for bringing me exactly what I required." "How can you be sure," she asked, "that the people who own the ships will not ask Mr. Harpole to pay more, and he will still get what he wants?" "That is an intelligent question, Yolanda, but at the same time, there is no reason for me to answer it. But you can be quite sure I shall buy those ships, and they will make me a great deal of money." He regarded her closely with what she felt was an unpleasant glint in his eyes. "And, of course, money is what has been paid for the horse you are riding this morning?" It was with difficulty that Yolanda managed to say. "I am looking forward to it, step-papa, and again, thank you very much." She left the study thinking how much she had always disliked him, but how difficult it was not to be grateful. At the stables, she found the stallion he had given her was outstanding and easily one of the best-looking animals she had ever seen. She rode him into the paddock on the other side of the stables, knowing as she did so that it was without a single exception the best horse she had ever mounted. She took him around the paddock and over 1 or 2 jumps. Then she rode him into the woods. It was always in the woods that she could feel free from the worries and difficulties of the world outside, even when she was young and they were living rather uncomfortably in her father's country house. As far back as she could remember, her parents had always worried about money and could talk of little else. It was then that Yolanda had realized that in the woods lay a veritable fairyland just waiting for her. Once there, under the acid-green canopy of the trees, she was lost in a world of her own. There were no frightened voices, no hidden tears, and no unpleasant anticipation. There was no talk of debts or creditors chasing unpaid bills. There was just the music of the birds and the soft movement of the rabbits in the undergrowth. Yolanda was certain that fairies were hiding in the blossom on the trees, as well as flitting over the flowers round the pool in the centre of the wood. No one could spoil it, and there was no unhappiness. That is what she wanted to feel now, and at the same time she craved forgiveness. She had played a part in something she knew in her heart was wrong, and, in a way, wicked. It took her a long time to ride Chestnut, her new horse, through the woods. Then she galloped him over the fields and finally returned to the house. It was with an effort she made herself remember that she was to have luncheon with her stepfather. She decided that today would be a good time to find out what he was planning for the future, and she only hoped that, whatever it was, it would not be in London. In the city, there would be visitors coming in for almost every meal. Afternoon tea had to be taken, and endless parties and balls waiting for her in the evening. She had no wish to be sociable in any way whilst in mourning for her mother, but undoubtedly, if it suited her stepfather, she would not be able to refuse. "If I can only stay here," she thought, "at least I can think about Mamma in the woods and forget what I had to do last night." When she reached the stables, she realized that there was just time for her to quickly change before luncheon. So she ran into the house by the back door and went up the back stairs to her bedroom. Emily, her new lady's maid, was waiting to help her change into an afternoon gown. It was a soft shade of blue, and, although she thought it morally wrong to be wearing such a light colour, she did not protest. Downstairs her stepfather was waiting for her in the drawing-room. As she walked towards him, he pronounced, "You look very nice. In fact, very beautiful. I am sure that before too long we shall have quite a number of young gentlemen waiting to tell you so." "I just had a wonderful ride on Chestnut, step-papa, and he is the best and finest horse I have ever ridden." "I thought you would think so. He cost me a lot of money, but because you are so content, I don't begrudge a penny of it." "I am most grateful," she managed to say again. "So am I. So I think we can celebrate with a little champagne for luncheon." They walked into the dining room, and the butler held a bottle of champagne ready for them. Yolanda told her stepfather all about her ride, and was surprised to find that he was actually really interested. When the servants had left the room, having served the coffee, he said, "That reminds me. We have another friend of mine coming here tonight for dinner. He's not a very pleasant man. In fact, I think you will dislike him." "Then why is he coming?" inquired Yolanda, amazed that her stepfather should want to spend time with someone he so openly despised. "Business, my dear, business, which is far more important than our personal feelings." Yolanda gave a sigh, and then something struck her. Was this going to be another job, as her stepfather would say? Another job for her? If so, how could she bear it? Chapter 3. Yolanda did not see her stepfather again until it was tea time. She had ridden again, this time on one of the other horses, which was a particularly good jumper. She sailed over all the jumps in the paddock. Then she had a discussion with the head groom, asking him to put up some more difficult jumps. "I'll have to ask the master," he said. "Of course," Yolanda replied, "but he did agree with me that we need some more when I spoke with him over luncheon." "I'll get on 'em right away then, my lady." Yolanda took her horse over the same jumps again. She could not help thinking it would be exciting if she had someone to ride with her, someone young whom she could race and compete with over the jumps. Then she thought that she was asking too much. It was just a miracle that she should have so many wonderful horses to ride. She knew her father would have loved to have had them if he could afford it, and it seemed sad that there were so many horses in the stables and so few people to ride them. At the same time, all her stepfather's friends might be like Mr. Harpole, and if they were, she had no wish to meet them. She was feeling a little apprehensive after what he had said about the man who was coming this afternoon. Several hours later, Mr. Garrack came into the drawing-room for tea. It was arranged in front of the sofa, and he immediately asked Yolanda, "Did you have a good ride this afternoon?" "It was fabulous, thank you, step-papa. By the way, I hope you don't mind, but I told the head groom that you agreed to put some more jumps into the paddock." "No, of course not. And you were quite right to do so. I had forgotten all about it, as a matter of fact. But when the new horses arrive, we must keep them well exercised." "I think that means you will have to ride more frequently than you do already," suggested Yolanda. "I am too busy to spare the time." "I am certain that Mamma would say that you should take more exercise than you do at the moment. She always thought that you spent too much time at your desk and not enough in the saddle." Her stepfather laughed, as she meant him to do. "I will follow your mother's wishes, as I always have, and I will ride with you tomorrow morning." "Perhaps they will have some more jumps up by that time," Yolanda added optimistically. She passed him various plates of food, but he shook his head. "If I take more exercise, as you suggest, I shall be able to eat more. As it is, I am getting fat." He was actually a very slim man. Yolanda could not imagine that, however much he ate, he would put on much weight. "I think you are exaggerating. Therefore, as I cannot eat all this tea myself, the chef will be disappointed if every plate goes back untouched. We will have to buy a dog." Her stepfather laughed. "I suppose the excuse that the dog has eaten the tea is better than nothing. I have often thought that we lack dogs here, and I will see about it the next time I am in London." "That will be marvellous," enthused Yolanda. There was a slight pause, and she looked at him nervously. "My friend, the one I told you about," Mr. Garrack began, "is called Cecil Watson. He is an uncouth man for whom I have no liking, but he is an extremely astute businessman." "If you do not like him, why do you have him down here? Can you not see him at your office in London?" "That is a very sensible question," he replied, "and I will tell you the answer. When I have people here, they are impressed, so I manage to manipulate them far better than if I am sitting in an office, which is what they expect." Yolanda could see his reasoning, and nodded slightly. She was aware that the house with all its beautiful furnishings and stupendous pictures was certainly not to be expected of the ordinary businessman. Nor was the garden with its masses of flowers and broad acres of land stretching out as far as the eye could see. After a moment she inquired, "When the people who visit you are impressed, do you obtain a far better bargain out of them than you would otherwise?" "Exactly, Yolanda, and Cecil Watson is what one might call a prime bargainer when it comes to business." There was silence, and then Yolanda asked him in a rather small voice, "What do you want me to do?" "Very much the same as you did the other night," he replied. "But actually, you need not take any notes, Just look quickly at what is written, either on a letter or a notebook, for the name and address of the man he is negotiating with in Germany." "In Germany?" exclaimed Yolanda. "I know German is one of the lessons you had at the convent, therefore it will not be too difficult for you to remember it." No, of course not. I can read German very well." "Watson is having a room with a boudoir, so it will therefore be easier for you to find what I need than if you had to go to his bedroom." Yolanda wanted to say that wherever she had to go, it was unpleasant and something she hated having to do. However, she realized that it was useless to ask her stepfather to find out what he required in a different way. "Now, be a good girl," he said, rising from the table, "and I'll try to think of an even better present for you than chestnut." He left the drawing-room before she could reply. She jumped up from the table and walked slowly to the window. She thought once again how degrading it was to be paid for spying on his behalf. There was no other way to put it. She knew that both her father and mother would be shocked at what she was doing. But what was the alternative? To try to find herself a job without the slightest idea of how she could begin to do so? She stood looking blindly at the trees, the flowers and the fountain. And then, gradually, their beauty seemed to seep into her soul. The feeling of revolt and disgust faded away. "Surely," she asked herself, "it is worth anything to stay in a place as beautiful as this? Although I am shocked at myself, no one will ever know what I am doing, something which puts me on a par with a pickpocket." When she climbed upstairs to dress for dinner, Mr. Watson had just arrived. He was talking with her stepfather in his study. She did not meet him, and had no wish to. She saw to her surprise he had brought his valet. A strange servant she had never seen before was assisting the footman. They were carrying Mr. Watson's luggage into one of the rooms in the same corridor where she slept. She thought uncomfortably that now there was one more person she would have to avoid. She wondered if her stepfather was aware that Mr. Watson had brought a valet with him. He might say that it was too dangerous for her to go into the boudoir, where his dispatch case would obviously be placed. It was then she remembered something. Unlike the first job she had done, her stepfather had not this time given her a key. Yolanda wondered if he had omitted it. Alternatively, he might not have known till this guest arrived what type of dispatch case he would be using. Then, almost as if she had spoken her thoughts out loud, there was a knock on the door, just as Emily was helping her out of her gown. Emily opened the door. "I wish to speak with her ladyship for a moment," Yolanda heard her stepfather say. "Please wait outside. I shall not be long." He entered the room, closing the door behind him, but Yolanda did not move until he was close beside her. Then he held out his hand, and she saw there was a key resting in his palm. "This is what you will require," he told her. "He has brought a valet with him, step-papa." "So I have just realized. But he will be sleeping on the top floor with the other men servants. If he is hanging around before Watson goes to bed, you will have to wait until he is asleep." Yolanda stared at him. When he was talking business, he spoke in a sharp, hard voice, very different to the way he spoke when he was being pleasant and sociable. Before she could protest, he added quickly, "You will be quite safe in the boudoir. I will see to it that he goes to bed and instantly falls asleep." Yolanda wanted to say that he had set her an impossible task, but in her heart she knew the answer. However, before she could say anything, he walked across the room and pulled open the door. "Don't be late for dinner, Yolanda." Then, as Emily came in, he had gone. Yolanda recognized that even if she tried to protest, he would not listen. Quickly, Yolanda put the key away in the drawer. Then she was silent as Emily helped her undress. She climbed into her bath, arranged as usual in front of the fireplace. It was delightfully scented with the oil of white violets that Yolanda always enjoyed. But tonight, she was feeling too anxious and afraid of what she had to do later to relax and enjoy the warm, scented water. When she had finished dressing in a very pretty gown, she walked to the window. Looking out at the clear night sky, it seemed as though the stars were coming out just to help her. She wanted them to ease away her strong feelings of resentment and fear, which were still with her, just like a physical pain in her chest. "You looks lovely, my lady, and that's the truth," Emily exclaimed behind her. "It seems a real pity there be no handsome young men here as you could dance with." Yolanda laughed. "I expect all the young men you are thinking about have work to do, or else they are in the army and have no time to visit the country. Then you, my lady, should be in London. There be parties there every night, and I expects all the debutantes, as they call 'em, who be your age, are having a good time. I am really quite happy here with the horses." She thought as she walked downstairs how true that sentiment was. What she was not content about was meeting Mr. Watson. As the footman pulled open the door of the drawing-room for her, she could hear a voice, rather uneducated and too loud. Him. When she went in, her stepfather and his guest were standing together at the far end of the room, with a glass of champagne in their hands. "Well, I says to him," Mr. Watson said, as if he was finishing a story, "that's all you're going to get, and you're damned lucky to get that." Yolanda walked slowly towards them. Her stepfather saw her. "Oh, Cecil, here is my stepdaughter, Lady Yolanda Wood, who I don't think you have met." The man standing beside him turned round. Yolanda saw, as she had already anticipated, that Cecil Watson was undoubtedly a very ugly man, with heavy features and sharp eyes. He was rather bigger than she had expected. In fact, he was far taller than her stepfather, whom she had always thought of as quite a large man. They shook hands, and she realized that he was undoubtedly an unpleasant character. There was something about him that she did not only dislike, but wanted to avoid. "You didn't tell me," Mr. Watson was saying, "that I was to have the pleasure and privilege of meeting anyone as beautiful as this young lady tonight. Where have you been hiding her?" "She has just come back from Paris, where she was being educated," explained Mr. Garrack. Mr. Watson sniggered. "That might be said of us too," he blurted out. "There's always a lot to learn when you goes to Paris, and trust you, Oliver, not to miss the prettiest of them all." He dug his host in the ribs as he spoke, and both men guffawed with ribald laughter. Yolanda looked away in hardly concealed disgust. Next, the butler announced dinner, and all three of them walked into the dining-room. It was quite obvious from the way Mr. Watson ate and drank that he intended to enjoy himself at his friend's expense. In fact, Yolanda had never seen any man drink so much so quickly. A footman filled up his glass as soon as he put it down. Much of the men's conversation contained innuendos. Fortunately, Yolanda did not understand, not that she wanted to. She thought that Cecil Watson was repulsive, in his appearance and in the way he spoke. The over-familiar look in his eyes when he paid her a compliment, which he did frequently, made her dislike him even more. She could not imagine her father, even if he knew a man like this, bringing him home to meet her mother. Equally, she just supposed, as her stepfather would say, business is business. If it paid him to have Cecil Watson in his large and beautiful house, the effort must be worthwhile. The more Cecil Watson drank, the more he talked. Yolanda hardly spoke a word all through the meal, and was thankful when it was finally time for her to leave the gentlemen to their port. Her stepfather rose as she did so. Mr. Watson had great difficulty in standing up, and only after the third attempt was he finally on his feet, just as Yolanda reached the door. As she closed it behind her, she found herself hoping that she would never again set eyes on anyone so repulsive. It struck her that it was quite obvious Mr. Watson would not be going up to bed very shortly. This, therefore, would be a good opportunity to go to the boudoir and find the information that her stepfather desired. She reached the corridor in which her own bedroom and that of Mr. Watson was situated. As she did so, she saw his valet walk into his room. He must have just come upstairs after eating in the housekeeper's room, where visiting servants always ate. Yolanda wondered if the staff had found the valet as unpleasant as she had found his master. One thing was quite obvious. It would be impossible for her to go to the boudoir while the valet was there. So she rang for her lady's maid and undressed. "You're up so early, my lady," Emily remarked as she came into the bedroom. "I'm tired," answered Yolanda, "and I thought it was wise to come to bed." "Very wise, if your ladyship asks me." The way she spoke made Yolanda aware that she was disparaging the new arrival. She thought, however, it would be a great mistake to discuss him with the servant, so she merely talked about the gown that was being altered for her. When Emily left, she went to the window and stood for a long time looking at the beauty outside. The stars now filled the sky, and a half-moon looked very romantic. It made Yolanda remember that her father had loved looking at her mother by moonlight, and he had often said he would like a portrait of her painted in a silver dress. "You would look the real goddess of the moon, my darling," Yolanda had heard him say. "It is such a lovely idea," her mother had replied. "At the same time, it is something we cannot afford." "Why was I not born an artist?" the Earl had asked. "Then I could have painted you myself." "I have no wish to sit for hours so that someone can paint me, and although it is so flattering to be named the goddess of the moon, I would rather be the goddess of the sun." "Which you are anyway," her father had answered, "and also for me, the goddess of love." "You are being greedy and using up half Olympus," her mother had protested. Then they both laughed as he kissed her, saying, "To me, you are more lovely than all the goddesses put together. In fact, I have no wish to meet a goddess, only to have you, my glorious wife, and that means you belong to no one else but me." It was the sort of thing they had so often said to each other, as they felt it did not matter that they expressed their love in front of a child. At school, the girls talked endlessly about romance, but Yolanda still found it difficult to think of anything else except the delightful words her father had said to her mother. The happiness they gave her was in her mother's eyes. It was bliss for them both to be together, Yolanda thought now. Why, oh why, did Papa have to die in that useless way? Life would never be the same without him, not for her mother or for herself. All the money in the world could not make up for the love her mother had lost. Yolanda knew without her saying so that she would have thrown away the grand house. She would have thrown away the comfort, luxury, and the glittering jewels just to be with her father, even if it meant being in poor and uncomfortable lodgings. That is real love, Yolanda had said to herself, and perhaps one day I will find it too. It did not seem to be very likely, if the only men she was to meet were the likes of Jack Harpole and Cecil Watson. She shuddered at the thought of how unpleasant Cecil Watson was. She was sure that many of the remarks she had not understood at dinner were vulgar and obscene, and should never have been uttered in front of a lady. She felt a little cold after standing by the window, wearing only her nightgown. Her lady's maid had departed, having blown out the candles before she did so, with the exception of the small candelabra which stood by Yolanda's bed. She climbed into bed and tried to read a book. It was one she had found extremely interesting, but it was impossible not to keep listening. She was straining to hear the man coming upstairs. She wondered how soon after Mr. Watson had gone to bed she would be able to go into the boudoir. She was, in fact, feeling rather tired, and she would have liked to have gone to sleep. Instead, she kept reading her book just in case she dozed off and would wake up to find it was morning. Then, at last, she heard a loud voice in the distance. She knew that Mr. Watson was now coming up the stairs, very likely with the help of her stepfather, and he was certainly making a lot of noise about it. His voice seemed to be echoing round the walls of Yolanda's bedroom. He passed her door. Now she could hear her stepfather's voice speaking in a somewhat soothing tone, as if he was trying to make Cecil Watson walk more steadily. Then at last Yolanda heard them go into his room on the other side of the corridor. A few minutes later, her stepfather went to his room at the far end of the corridor. Yolanda realized that his valet would be waiting up for him, so she listened for when he passed her door. As he did so, he was speaking in a muffled voice to someone beside him, and when a man answered, she knew that Cecil Watson's valet had joined them. Now there was complete silence. Still, Yolanda waited breathlessly, as she waited to make quite certain that there was no question of the valet returning or Mr. Watson not being asleep. Half an hour must have passed. Finally, she concluded that if she did not go into the boudoir now, she would fall asleep. She climbed out of bed as quietly as possible and opened the door of her dressing room, where she had put the key. Then, very cautiously, she opened her bedroom door. As she expected, the lights in the passage had been dimmed, but every third sconce still held a lighted candle. Her stepfather was already planning to have gaslight installed in the house, but it entailed a great deal of disruption. Therefore, he had decided that he would not have it introduced until he was staying in London for a long time. Yolanda actually preferred candles and loved eating in the dining room by candlelight. Now, in her bare feet, because she thought it would be quieter, she tiptoed down the passage holding a candle. Very cautiously she opened the door into the boudoir attached to Mr. Watson's bedroom. As she anticipated, the lights had been turned out. Her candle would provide her with enough light to see what she was looking for. When she entered the boudoir, it seemed dark and gloomy with the curtains pulled over the windows, so she lit another candle from her own and placed both of them side by side on the writing desk. Her stepfather had been right. He had said that the dispatch case that Mr. Watson had brought with him would have been put either on or by the desk. It was in fact lying on top of a blotter, and Yolanda thought that would make it easier to open. She bent to insert the key into the lock, hoping there would be no difficulties. She found it turned quite easily. As she opened the hood of the case, she thought that her stepfather must have a collection of keys. Perhaps he had one for every well-known make of dispatch case. He could therefore pry into the correspondence of every guest who stayed with him. It certainly made things easier to obtain whatever information he wanted. It seemed such an extraordinary way to behave, and it was something Yolanda had never heard of before. Now the case was open, and she could see that there was a large number of papers inside it. There were so many that she thought it would take a long time to find what she wanted. She picked up a handful of papers. Suddenly, the door behind her was flung open. Yolanda turned round, terrified. Mr. Watson was standing there with the light from his bedroom behind him. He was wearing only a silk nightshirt. For a moment, he stared at her, and then he asked her in a thick voice, "What do you want? What are you doing here?" Yolanda moved forward so that he should not see the open case behind her. "I just came in," she stammered in a frightened voice, to see that you have everything you want." "Everything I want? I thought that was what I had," he slurred in a drunken tone. "Now I see you. I know you are what I want." As he spoke, he lurched forward towards her. Realizing what he had implied, Yolanda turned to run away, but she was too late. With unexpected swiftness, Mr. Watson caught hold of her arm. He pulled her against his chest. "You're pretty. You're so damn pretty," he slurred at her hoarsely. "I was thinking over dinner that I could do with you, and now you've come to me. That's just what I want." "Let me go," cried Yolanda. "Let me go." She tried to struggle against him, but he was very large and she was very small. Her struggles were having no effect on him, and his arms held her completely captive. Then she realized that he was trying to kiss her, and she thrashed her head feverishly from side to side. "Let me go," she begged, but he laughed. "You're what I've been wanting," he gurgled, "but I didn't know it till now. Luckily, that's what I am. Always lucky, and what can be luckier than to have you?" He was pulling her, as he spoke, out of the boudoir and into his bedroom. Yolanda realized that he was taking her towards his bed. She gave a scream of sheer horror. "Let me go! Let me go!" Now she was beating her fists against his chest, but he merely laughed, and it was a discordant and unpleasant laugh. Then he muttered, "Do you think that I'd let go of something the gods have sent me? Now do stop being so coy, and we'll enjoy ourselves." By this time he had dragged Yolanda to the bed, and she knew that he was going to push her down onto it. She struggled wildly, and as he was so unsteady, she thought for a moment that she could force herself free of him. Then, with what seemed to be a superhuman effort, he pushed her back onto the bed. She screamed and screamed. He threw himself violently on top of her, and for a moment he almost made it impossible for her to breathe. Then she felt him tearing at her dressing gown. She screamed, and screamed again. She heard her nightgown tear and felt him pulling it away from her neck. It was then that the door of the bedroom burst open. "What the devil is going on in here?" she heard her stepfather demand furiously. Yolanda howled again. Mr. Garrack quickly realized what was happening. In 2 strides he reached the bed and pulled Cecil Watson off Yolanda's body. As Watson tried to struggle, he hit him hard on the jaw and he fell to the ground. Mr. Garrack then picked up Yolanda, who was still screaming. "It's all right, Yolanda. It's all right. You are safe. He will not hurt you now." She was shaking all over. Because she was so obviously incapable of standing, her stepfather carried her out of the room into the corridor. Now she was crying helplessly like a child who had been hurt. As he walked with her towards her room, he said soothingly, "It's all over. He has not hurt you, and I will see he does not come near you again." It was impossible for Yolanda to answer. He had to put her down for a moment as he opened her bedroom door. She was in a state of shock, and would have fallen to the ground if he had not held her up with one arm. When the door was open, Mr. Garrack had to pick her up again as he realized she was incapable of walking. He laid her down on her bed, and in the light of the little candelabra, he could see the tears running down her cheeks, streaming from her closed eyes. He also saw how the top part of her dressing gown had been torn away from her neck. He was, however, more concerned by her face than anything else. She was deadly pale, and her body was shaking. He sat down beside the bed, holding both her hands in his. "It's all right," he told her gently. "It's all right, and something will never happen again. Can I fetch you something to drink?" Yolanda gave a gasp and then opened her eyes. "Save me! Oh, please, save me!" she called out desperately, her voice rising as she spoke. "Save me!" "I have saved you," her stepfather insisted. "You are perfectly safe now, and I promise you he shall not come near you again. It's all over." Yolanda clutched hold of his hand. "He is horrible. Beastly," she muttered in a voice that did not sound like her own. "I know that, but you have to be sensible and realize that he is drunk, and you are a very pretty girl. He was not thinking about who you are, just that you are a woman and in his room." His words seemed to reach her for the first time. After a moment, Yolanda opened her eyes, still holding frantically on to his hands. "I am so frightened," she managed to stammer. "I know you are, Yolanda, but now there is just no need. I want you to go to sleep and forget all about what has happened. He is so disgusting and so repulsive. I could not fight him. Oh, he was too strong." I know that. But I expect by the morning he will forget what he has done. He had more than enough to drink to make him unconscious, or so I thought." Now there was an angry note in his voice. He had thought when he brought Cecil Watson up to bed he was too drunk to do anything but fall asleep. He had been mistaken, and now he was furious with himself that this drama should have occurred. Very gently, he released his hands from Yolanda's. Then he rearranged the bed so that he could pull the bedclothes over her. She was still wearing her blue dressing gown, and he thought it best for her to sleep in it, as she should not move about more than was absolutely necessary. Now she was quieter, but he noticed that her body was still trembling. Although she had opened her eyes, she kept closing them as if she was terrified of what she might see. Mr. Garrack pushed her hair back very gently from her forehead. "Now will you be all right if I leave you to sleep? Or would you rather I asked someone to come and stay with you? It will have to be one of the maids." No, I don't want anyone. But you will not let him come near me again." "No, of course not, Yolanda. I tell you what I will do. I will leave you, but I will lock you in. Then, tomorrow morning, before the maid wakens you, I will come and open the door." "You will lock my door?" Yolanda repeated slowly. She was forcing herself to fully understand what he would do. "I will lock the door, and I will take the key away, so no one can come near you. Is that what you want?" Yes. Then I shall be safe." "You will be safe," he said firmly. "But just in case you are still scared, I will leave the door of my room open. If you scream loudly, I shall hear you." "I will try to go to sleep," Yolanda promised with an effort. "That is most sensible of you, and everything will seem better in the morning. Now don't be frightened any more, because there is no need for it." He rose to his feet. Then he pondered for a moment, walked over to the window, and pulled back the curtains so that the moonlight could pour in. Yolanda could see the stars from her bed. "That will give you a little light. Now would you like me to leave the candles, or blow them out?" "You are quite sure that the door will be locked?" Yolanda repeated in an agitated voice. "Shut and locked." "Then please blow out the candles, and I will look at the stars." "I want you to close your eyes and go to sleep. I am so very sorry that this has happened, and you will have to forgive me." He did not wait for her to answer. He walked across the room and opened the door. "Good night, Yolanda. Remember, you are safe." He went out, and she heard the key turn in the lock. Then she hid her face in the pillow and burst into tears. Chapter 4. "How is Lady Yolanda?" Mr. Garrack asked of his housekeeper. "She's very poorly, sir. She won't get up, but just lies in bed staring at the ceiling." "Do you think she is really ill?" The housekeeper shook her head. "I don't know what it is, sir. I talks to Emily, who's her lady's maid, and she says something about her ladyship going back to a convent where she's been abroad." Mr. Garrack's lips tightened. He was silent for a moment, and then he said, "Tell her ladyship that I wish to see her at 12 o'clock, and it is very important." "I'll tell her, sir." When he was by himself in his study, Mr. Garrack sat for some minutes thinking. Over his long career, he had coped with all types of different men, and invariably even, though times it was difficult, he always got his own way. He recognized that Yolanda was still suffering from shock, even though her encounter with Cecil Watson was now over 3 days ago. She had not come out of her bedroom since. She had merely sent messages to say that she was tired and was resting. Now, from what the housekeeper had just told him, Mr. Garrack thought that he must do something, although he was not certain what it should be. It was exactly 12 o'clock when the door of his study opened and Yolanda entered. As she walked towards him, he could see that she was looking very pale, and there were lines under her eyes which had not been there before. When she reached him, she said jerkily, "You wanted to see me, steppapa?" "Yes, Yolanda, sit down. I want to talk to you." She sat down on the edge of a chair by his desk and looked at him apprehensively. Then she began. "I have something I want to say to..." Mr. Garrack quickly put up his hand. "I think I must speak first, because I asked you to come to me." "Yes, of course," responded Yolanda in a dull and flat voice. "I have been thinking about your father, Yolanda. I admired him greatly, because he was undoubtedly a very brave man." When he mentioned her father, Yolanda looked up in surprise. Her eyes were on him as he continued. "I think at the moment he would be very distressed and maybe humiliated if he thought that his only child was a coward." Yolanda stiffened. "A coward?" she repeated almost under her breath. "Your father's bravery in fighting a duel he knew he would lose was, to say the least of it, heroic. He could easily have refused and left Paris for England. But he was brave enough to fight against a man who would undoubtedly beat him, because it would have been absolutely wrong and against his idea of honour for him to have run away." Yolanda did not say anything. Her fingers were clenched together, and she looked at her stepfather with a startled expression in her eyes. "As you know," Mr. Garrack went on, "I have dealt with thousands of problems in my life, and I have only got where I am today by standing up and fighting for what I wanted." His voice dropped as he added, "I have not told you about the beginning of my life, as I do not like to talk about it, but I was actually a very unhappy child." He looked towards the window as if he was looking back into the past. "My parents were of no particular importance, and as they had 3 other children, they did not want me. I was the youngest. I remember how I resented being treated as if I was of little account and made to give my brothers preference in everything." There was a distinct bitterness in his voice that told Yolanda without him saying more how he had suffered. "I think that I must have been around 10 or 11 years old when I decided that the only way I could actually defeat my brothers was if I was cleverer than they were. I cannot think who put the idea into my head, but I worked hard at school until, at the end of term, I actually received a prize. That made me determined to have at least a dozen of them. I not only gained many prizes, but I won a scholarship." "That was indeed clever," remarked Yolanda. She seemed to force the words through her lips. Her stepfather thought that as she had spoken, it was perhaps a step in the right direction. "I went on to university, and because I worked by day and night, I was awarded a first and a final report of which anyone would have been proud." He realized that Yolanda was now listening intently, so he continued. "I next offered my best services to a factory in the neighbourhood, and based on my excellent reports from the university, they engaged me." "And what did your family think?" "They were most surprised, but my elder brothers still laughed at me. I was paid only a small salary for the job I had undertaken. Quite frankly, they thought I was a fool to work so hard." "And then what happened?" "I moved to a larger firm, and from them to another. I soon learned all each company had to teach me, and thought I could do better. Of course, I had many setbacks. Of course, people snubbed me for being too grasping and too pushy. I made quite a large number of enemies, but I also had friends who were really kind and understanding." "Did your enemies upset you?" "When they opposed me, I fought back. Although I did not win every battle, I at least showed them I had guts, which in those days were admired in a man of my station. I had to lick some people's boots. I had to put up with a certain degree of humiliation, and from one job I was sacked for impertinence." He gave a little laugh. "Actually, I was telling the owner of a factory how to run it much better than he was doing at the time. As he knew that I was right and he was wrong, he wanted to be rid of me." "So what did you do?" "I went to the firm which was his greatest rival and offered the manager my services." There was a silence before Yolanda inquired, "Did you tell him how badly the firm you had left was run?" "Of course I did. I also gave him some information about what the other was doing that he found useful." He knew without asking that Yolanda thought this was wrong, so he added, "As I have said to you before, Business is business. In the fight to rise to the top, there is not a man in this world who has not used every weapon in his power to get there. Yolanda did not speak, and her stepfather continued. I know what you are thinking. What I have done your father would think was unsporting and unbecoming of a gentleman. But if you think of it, not as what happens in a gentleman's soft life, but in the war of survival, which is below stairs, so to speak, then you will understand. What you are saying, Yolanda replied slowly, is that it is a battle, and the man who is not with you is against you as an enemy. Exactly. I see you understand. That is what I am trying to make you appreciate. In everyone's life, sooner or later, things happen, which are not what you expect, because they don't keep to the written rules of what we now call social behavior. He threw up his hands. That is the world in which the aristocrats and the upper class live, where they have made unwritten laws that they obey, because it makes them, they believe, superior to those beneath them. Yolanda thought this statement over for a moment. I can see, steppapa, what you are trying to say. I am trying to say that sooner or later in our lives we all come up against great difficulties, and that is where we have to fight with every nerve in our bodies to survive. I know that your father came up against so many difficulties in his life at one time or another. He somehow surmounted them and was still able to keep his own code of behavior intact. But that is not to say that those against him kept to the same rules. They cheated if they could, and they were prepared to be treacherous in every possible way without worrying, as your father would have done, as to whether what they did was becoming of a gentleman. What I am trying to explain to you is whatever happened, however bad it was, however disgracefully those against your father behaved, he went on fighting even if it meant his death. He looked at Yolanda as he spoke, and after a long moment she remarked, That is what you are telling me to do. What I am really saying is that you have won a battle against a man who is a cad and a swine. Now that you have done so, be magnanimous and forget him. He is of no importance, and it is just what your father would have done. It was an unpleasant episode in your life, but now Watson can only win if you continue to brood about him and destroy your future happiness by doing so. Yolanda rose and walked to the window. She stood there looking out into the garden. After a long pause, she murmured, He terrified me. Of course he terrified you. But it was my fault in asking you to help me, and I can only say how sorry I am. At the same time, you must realize that you and I are making Watson seem of far more importance than he really is in the world, because we are thinking and talking about him. I will try not to think about him again. Good, her stepfather exclaimed. Now let me tell you what we are going to do. We are going to London. Yolanda turned round. Why? She inquired. Because I have business there for one thing, and also I would like you to be in touch with your mother's and father's friends. It is what your mother would have wanted you to do, and I admit I was quite wrong to bring you here to the country while the season was still taking place. But I am in mourning. Her stepfather looked at her. Do you really begrudge your mother being with your father, whom she adored? Yolanda stared at him in a startled way. She thought it was a strange remark for him to make. I know what you are thinking, Yolanda, and I do know how very much your mother loved your father, and he loved her, and I knew I could never take your father's place, so I did not try to do so. Yolanda was still staring at him. It was the greatest moment of my life, when your mother permitted me to look after her and comfort her a little. It is something I shall never forget, and because I loved her, I want to believe that she is happy now. He spoke so movingly that Yolanda found it hard to realize that it was actually her stepfather speaking. What you and I have to do now is exactly what your mother would want you to do. That is to go back to London and to be in contact with those who loved her and your father, and spend the last month of the season with them." He smiled before he added, "I am not going to give a spectacular ball for you. That can easily wait till the winter. But we can hold dinner parties and dances in my house in Park Lane, and I am sure that you will receive a great number of invitations." Yolanda was gazing at him as if she could not take in what he was saying. He held out his hand. "Come along, Yolanda. We both know that we want your mother to be happy and have exactly what she wants, just as we tried to give it to her when she was with us." She bent forward and took his hand. As she did so, for the first time ever, she placed her arms round her stepfather's neck and kissed his cheek. His arms closed round her, and he realized that she was crying. "It's all right," he soothed. "Everything is all right. We now understand each other, and we will do what your mother wants." "How can you be so kind, so understanding? I have been feeling so alone and so scared, but now I feel I have you." "Of course you have me, Yolanda, and together we will win our battle." She wiped her eyes. Then Mr. Garrack suggested, "Let's have a glass of champagne, because we both need it. Then after luncheon we will go riding. I think you will agree that we should take Chestnut and the new horses, which we have yet to name, to London with us." Yolanda smiled at him. "They too will want their London season." At luncheon, her stepfather set out to amuse her. He told her stories of things that had happened to him when he was abroad, and spoke of new projects he had invested in which had proved disastrous. Because she asked him, he told her with pride about some business deals that had been a huge success and had eventually made him a multi-millionaire. As soon as luncheon was finished, the horses were brought round to the front of the house from the stables. They rode together first into the paddock, and then to look at the new jumps which had been erected while Yolanda was lying in bed. They rode over the broad acres of his estate. "You must be very proud of all this," she exclaimed. "It is what I always told myself I would have one day, a house bigger and better than anyone else's. It was blessed when your mother came to stay, and she was even more beautiful than any of the pictures on my walls." "I meant to talk to you about your pictures." The horses were now walking side by side, and the sun was shining on Yolanda's golden hair. She was not wearing a hat, as there was no one to see her except her stepfather. It was the way she had enjoyed riding with her father. "Why do you buy so many expensive and famous pictures?" Yolanda asked him. "First, because I enjoy looking at them, and secondly, because I know it will impress the people I want to impress." She liked his response because he was so frank. "Have they come to see them?" "Quite a number came while your mother was here. That is what I am hoping you will now do, now you have taken your mother's place." Yolanda looked a little puzzled, and he explained, "We shall entertain the right people who will know a masterpiece when they see one, and who perhaps have one or two in their own homes. I promise you that I have no intention of wasting their beauty on those who don't appreciate them." Yolanda knew what he was telling her. He would not in future ask men like Cecil Watson to stay with them in the country. She did not respond to his comment, so instead she gave him a smile, which made her, for an instant, look very much like her mother. "We are going to enjoy ourselves, although I know it is only a question of time before you will fall in love and leave me." "I will never leave you completely, step-papa. It is what I very stupidly thought I might do, but I promise you I shall not contemplate it again." "We will make this house a very happy one," he told her quietly, "just as when people stayed with us when your mother was alive. They always went away feeling very happy and different to when they arrived. As one woman said to me, 'It has been heaven this weekend, being with you two wonderful people. Please, please ask me again.'" Yolanda's eyes softened as she listened. "It is a very nice idea, step-papa, and that is what we will do. I know it would please Mamma." "I know that too, and I am certain she will help us." That night, when Yolanda went to bed, she thought how stupid she had been. She had not attempted to understand her stepfather before now. She had actively disliked him, and had been snobbish enough to believe that he was rather common and beneath her. Now, when he had told her frankly of his struggles and difficulties to reach right to the top, she realized it was something he had always done alone and without love, until he had found her mother. Yolanda was now thinking of just how much she had meant to him. She could hear it every time he spoke of her. The sincerity in his voice and the expression of love in his eyes was very moving. "We were so incredibly lucky that he was so kind to us," she said to herself, "and it was most ungrateful and stupid of me not to understand." She was now determined to make it up to him. When she said good night, once again she put her arm round his neck and kissed him affectionately. It was the way she had kissed her father. She knew her stepfather understood without words what she was saying to him. When they went upstairs, she slipped her hand into his. "It is really so exciting to be going back to London, steppapa. But you will help me." He realized that she was asking him to keep away from her any man who might frighten her. His fingers tightened over hers. "I am always here for you, Yolanda, and I shall be extremely careful whom you meet. Let's at first keep to your mother's friends. I know some of them already, who I met when you were away in France, and I am sure that if I appeal to them, they will welcome you with open arms." When they reached Yolanda's bedroom, they kissed again. Then Mr. Garrack went to his own room. Yolanda found that the housemaids had packed all her gowns, and the trunks were now standing in her room, waiting for any last item before they were locked. She thought, as she looked at them, that this was the beginning of a new adventure. It was what her father had often said when they had moved from a place they could not afford, and sometimes it was because the people there were wary of playing cards with him because he won so much from them. A new adventure. She breathed the words to herself. Then she felt that her mother was somehow smiling at her and telling her that was what it would indeed be. "Perhaps," mused Yolanda, "I shall find someone as attractive as my papa, and that will be the most wonderful adventure of all." Yet somehow she felt it unlikely. The men she had met in the very brief time she had been in London had seemed so young and immature. They were not intelligent, but in fact rather stupid. However, she was sensible enough to realize why they had disappointed her. She had always spent time with older men, like her father and his many friends, and now it was the same with her stepfather. Even when she had disliked him, it was impossible not to be very impressed by his brain, and impressed by the interesting comments he made about his work. "Maybe," she pondered, "I shall find all young men are boring and dull because they have not lived exciting and adventurous lives, as papa and steppapa have lived." It was indeed a rather depressing thought, but then she told herself firmly, in this new adventure, anything could happen. The unexpected was always round the corner. "What I am going to do, Mamma," she whispered as she lay alone in the darkness, "is to try to enjoy myself as I know you would want me to do, and it will please steppapa." She was beginning to realize now why her mother had undoubtedly been fond of Oliver Garrack, even though she had given her heart and soul to her first husband. "I was very foolish not to realize that, although he is different in so many ways to my papa, he is an extremely interesting man and a most intelligent one." It meant everything to her when she was so bereft, lonely, and totally penniless to have someone in her life who literally worshipped her. Above all else, he wanted her mother to be happy. "I must try to understand people better than I have done in the past," Yolanda told herself, "and not judge men as I have been doing because they do not resemble papa." When she mulled it over, she concluded that her mother had always found something nice to say about everybody, However different they were, and whatever their position in life, she was always complimentary. As she fell asleep, Yolanda was thinking that she must try to make her stepfather happy. She had never even thought of worrying about his feelings before, but now she realized how much he must be missing her mother. Perhaps, in his own way, he was trying to ease his unhappiness at losing her by working even harder, and that was the real reason why he had brought Mr. Watson down to the country. Without, of course, imagining for a moment that he would behave as he had to her. She was quite certain that never again would her stepfather invite her to help him, as he had done over Mr. Harple and then Mr. Watson. It was very wrong in the first place, and even worse because he had embroiled her in his nefarious schemes. He had not considered her as an attractive young woman or even as his stepdaughter. He was thinking only of the money he could make. Money which must fill his life completely now that he had lost her mother. His beautiful wife had been, as he always claimed, the best and most wonderful thing to ever happen to him. "I understand. I do understand," she whispered. Then, because it was impossible to go on ruminating any more, she fell asleep. The next morning Yolanda was awake bright and early, and after breakfast a carriage was waiting for them outside the front door. As they drove away, Yolanda thought the country had never looked more beautiful, and it seemed almost a crime to leave it for the city of London. The servants were following them in a large brake with their luggage, and besides her stepfather's valet, there were 2 footmen and Emily. Emily had begged Yolanda to ask the housekeeper if she could accompany her to London, and, as she was very attentive and a nice girl, Yolanda had done what she asked. "Of course you can have her if you want her, my lady," the housekeeper said. "But make sure she comes with you when you returns, or we'll be short-handed here." As the house seemed to boast an array of servants, Yolanda thought this was a little unlikely. However, she promised that Emily would return when she did. "We'll all miss you, that we shall," the housekeeper went on. "But I'm sure the master will be bringing down his friends, and you, my lady, must bring yours. It's nice to have a house full, and the chef says he'll get fat and lazy if there ain't no one to cook for." Yolanda laughed, but she thought it a good idea and told her stepfather what the housekeeper had said. "You are reading my thoughts," he exclaimed. "I have every intention of having friends at the weekends, but first you and I have to decide who we will invite." "You think of everything," smiled Yolanda. "I try to," he answered. "It's most important to plan ahead and not leave everything until the last moment. You know as well as I do that can be disastrous, and all that happens is that everything of any importance is left behind. You will find yourself with the people you don't want, while those you do have made other arrangements." Yolanda laughed. "You must be careful not to let that happen, step-papa, and I am sure London is going to be very exciting. At least, as Papa would say, it is something new, and that is always an adventure." They stopped on the way for luncheon at a posting inn, and when they set off again, Yolanda knew the horses had been well rested, and that the servants had also enjoyed a good luncheon. Her papa had always been most particular that they should look after their staff when they had any. He had often become angry when he had heard that mean people neglected those who served them, and allowed them to be housed in damp rooms and fed badly, while the gentry were enjoying the best of everything. "I learned as a soldier," he told his daughter, "that a good officer looks after those he is commanding before he thinks about himself. That is what I have always done in my private life, and I shall expect you to do the same when you are grown up." "Of course, Papa," Yolanda had replied. But it was something she thought she would never encounter. She would be with her father, and then perhaps with her husband. As they approached London, she could not help but wonder if her stepfather was now hoping that she would soon be married. She was certain that the subject had already crossed his mind, and that was why he had insisted on her attending dances and receptions in the country, even though she was still in mourning. She only hoped that the people who had invited her would not be shocked. She felt sure that she should not be amusing herself so soon after her mother's death. They arrived at the enormous house in Park Lane. Yolanda thought that without the sunshine and the country surroundings they had left behind, it was all rather gloomy. However, once she was inside, she was impressed with the magnificent way it was furnished and by the many pictures on the walls. That night, after they had finished dinner together, Mr. Garrack told Yolanda the names of the people he had written to. "They are all your mother's friends, but I dare say you can remember some." "I will try," replied Yolanda, "but this is a long list, and I think if everyone on it asks me to a party, I shall very likely be here until Christmas." Her stepfather laughed. "It's not as bad as that, but I shall feel very sad if you sit at home night after night like Cinderella, with only your decrepit old stepfather to talk to. I have a feeling that if you come to the parties with me, step-papa, you will dance more than I will, and be far more successful with the ladies than I can ever be with the gentlemen." "Now you're being ultra-modest. Let me prophesy that you are going to be the most beautiful debutante of the season. Tomorrow, before we do anything else, the shops are coming to us." Yolanda knew exactly what this meant. When she had last been briefly in London, her stepfather had sent to the shops in Bond Street, and they had brought an enormous number of gowns to the house. At the time, Yolanda had thought that it was a rather grand way to shop, but certainly much more comfortable than traipsing from shop to shop. The vendeuse, with 2 assistants, had arrived at the Park Lane house with what seemed like a mountain of boxes. Once they had shown their wares to Mr. Garrack, he had decided which ones he wanted Yolanda to try on, and she had chosen from them. She presumed the same procedure would happen again, so was delighted when he said, "I think you are sensible enough now to know what you want and what your dear mother would prefer you to wear. So I will leave it to you. Just tell them to send me the bill." "You are so kind, step-papa." Mr. Garrack put his hand on her shoulder. "Everything I can give you is a thanksgiving for the happiness your mother gave me. It is just something that cannot be paid back in words, clothes, jewels, or anything else. But if I am able to make you happy, that will be the only payment I require." How can he be so generous? She asked herself. She knew the answer. What she had felt about him before had been her own fault, because she had not dug deep enough into his character, nor had she ever been close enough to him to understand his feelings. She had disliked him because she thought he was pushy, and, if she was really honest with herself, because he had taken her father's place. She had never thought of him as someone who could be hurt or upset, nor as a person who could love anyone in the way that he had loved her mother. Now she understood and felt ashamed of herself. If I am happy, she determined, then I have to find some way to make him happy too. She spent the morning, as he had arranged, trying on dress after dress and gown after gown. Looking through the lovely shades of silk and fine muslin, she realized that she really did need to restock her wardrobe. Fashions had changed so much in the time that she had been away, and it was impossible not to feel excited by the beautiful array of garments laid out before her. She had gone to the convent with such a large number of clothes that the other girls had teased her. But except for what her mother had sent to her and the few dresses Mr. Garrack had bought last time, she had not had anything new since before going to Paris. The vendeuse told her that she looked beautiful in everything she tried on, which was not very helpful, and she wished that her mother could be there to help and advise. Finally, after much deliberation, she chose 4 day dresses and 5 evening gowns. Next, she chose from beautiful handmade shoes and dainty boots, embroidered underclothes, fine stockings, and, of course, hats of every shape and size. Each shop that specialized in these items had brought enough for a bride's trousseau. The thought made Yolanda shudder, and she tried hard not to think of Cecil Watson again, as she had promised her stepfather. That night he took her to dine with an old friend of her mother's, who he also knew well. As they entered the drawing-room, Yolanda could see that there were 6 young men present, beside her host and hostess and their daughters. Suddenly she felt a sense of fear, and it made her want to turn round and run away. Then she told herself she was being very stupid. How could she be frightened of these young men who were all gentlemen? They would never behave like Cecil Watson. Yet, still the horror she had felt when he had thrown himself on top of her was present once again. Then her hostess was saying very charmingly, "It is so lovely to see you, Yolanda. Your mother was such a dear friend of mine, and I am so anxious for you to meet my family." She introduced first her daughters, then 2 of the young men who were her sons. As they took her hand, Yolanda wanted to snatch it away, and it was with the greatest difficulty she prevented herself from doing so. "I am being so stupid, foolish and idiotic," she told herself angrily. Yet, when they went into dinner, she disliked putting her hand onto the arm of the hostess's eldest son who was escorting her. But it was his father who said to her, "You are the prettiest girl I have seen for a long time. I cannot think why you have been hiding away from us for so long." It was difficult for Yolanda to look at him. "We have been in the country," she murmured. "Well, now you must make up for it by being the belle of the ball at every party," he said, "and undoubtedly all the critics in whites will be lifting their glasses to you." The mere idea of it made Yolanda shiver. Then she saw her stepfather watching her from the other side of the table. With an effort, she forced herself to smile and knew that was what he wanted her to do. "I am not frightened. I am not frightened," she repeated silently to herself. She was well aware that this was an inward battle that she must face alone, without being a coward. Chapter 5. 2 weeks later, everything was different. Yolanda had won her battle. She no longer shuddered when a young man put his arms around her waist to dance, and she could now accept a compliment without feeling shy. She was an undoubted success. Hostesses, who had paid no attention to her at first, fell over themselves to invite her to parties. Everyone was talking about her. As her stepfather had so astutely predicted, she was undoubtedly the belle of the ball. There was only one somewhat unfortunate incident during the first week. She had gone to a rather bigger dance than she had attended before, and there was a garden at the back of the house. She danced twice, or perhaps it was 3 times, with a young man who had interested her. He had been in the Royal Navy and was telling her about the recent modern improvements that had been made to the ship in which he was serving. It was very warm, and when the dance finished, they went into the garden to sit under a tree where it was cool. Mr. Garrack was sitting in the drawing-room when Yolanda came running up to him. "I want to go home," she told him breathlessly. He looked at her in surprise. Then, without asking her any questions, he replied, "Of course, Yolanda, if that is what you want." She hurried down the stairs in front of him, and they waited without speaking until their carriage was brought to the door. Only when they drove off did Mr. Garrack ask, "What has happened? What has upset you?" For a moment he thought Yolanda was not going to reply, and then she murmured, "The man I was dancing with asked me to marry him." There was a short pause before he commented, "Yolanda, I suppose you realize that is the greatest compliment you can be paid, and the most expensive one." He paused to smile at her before continuing, "After all, the gentleman in question is taking you for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, until death us do part. By that time you may be sightless, toothless, and extremely irritable. No man could offer you more." For a moment there was silence, and then Yolanda began to laugh. As her stepfather laughed too, she moved closer to him and put her head on his shoulder. "You are quite right, steppapa. Oh, I am a fool, but he took me by surprise, so I ran away." "He will certainly not think you are running after him," Mr. Garrack remarked dryly. Yolanda laughed again. "I just don't know why I am so stupid, but I am no longer as frightened as I was. I do realize that, Yolanda, but I think that now you are such an overwhelming success, you will think as I do, that it is silly to worry about anything in the past. After all, what is done, and cannot be altered. It is tomorrow that is important." "Of course it is," agreed Yolanda, "and you must forgive me for behaving so badly." "It was getting late anyway, and I have to be in my office early tomorrow morning. I'm actually delighted to be going home to bed." Yolanda knew that he was making things easier for her. When they arrived back at his house, she kissed him affectionately. "I am so sorry I behaved so stupidly," she told him. "Forget it, Yolanda. I think tomorrow may be very exciting for you." He made it exciting by giving her an attractive and very expensive present. He knew only too well that he was spoiling her. Because Yolanda was such a social success, she and her stepfather were invited to endless parties given by the most exclusive hostesses. They would certainly not have been invited to them in the past. In her new dresses for the daytime, as well as new gowns for the evening, she recognized that her stepfather was proud of her. At the end of the third week, he said to her casually, "Oh, by the way, Yolanda, we are travelling to the country for the weekend." Yolanda's eyes lit up. "To the country? How wonderful!" "There are several new horses for you to see, and there are 3 pictures I have just bought that I think will interest you." "Why did you not tell me before?" asked Yolanda. "You knew I would be thrilled." "I could not go to the sale myself, but my secretary did well, and brought back a Van Dyck, which I am sure will delight you, as well as 2 more by Stubbs." Yolanda clapped her hands together. "Oh, steppapa, that is exciting. You know I love the Stubbs you have already, and I did think it was a pity there were not more horses inside the house when there are so many outside." Her stepfather chuckled. "I hope you will approve of my new purchases, and they will certainly add lustre to my collection. You have many fine pictures here in London. They are the first pictures I ever made, and to be quite honest, I could have done better." "Some of them are very lovely," argued Yolanda, "but nothing as fine as those in the country. I took a great deal of trouble to learn much more about art than I knew before, and I had a good teacher." Yolanda smiled at this reference to her mother. She thought it impossible not to admire a man who could work so hard, not only at making money, but also on improving his own brain. She was just going to ask more questions about the pictures, when he added, "We are entertaining a guest this weekend, and he is coming to see my Stubbs. I also want to know a little more about his interests in America, and the automatic air brakes that have been invented for trains." Yolanda looked at him wide-eyed. "I am hoping that you and I will be clever enough to make him talk about it. His name, by the way, is Lord Milborne." He was about to say more when his secretary came into the room. "I am sorry to bother you, sir," he said, "but there is a man here from the country who wishes to talk to you about the gas lighting you ordered for the servants' quarters. I understand there is some difficulty regarding the roof. I will come and speak to him." He left the room. When he had gone, Yolanda stood where he had left her, thinking over what he had just said. She knew Lord Milborne. He was the gentleman who had been exceedingly kind to her father when they were living in Baden-Baden. Her father was having one of his bad periods at the gaming tables, and his luck seemed to have deserted him. They had arrived in Baden-Baden after he had been gambling very successfully in Hamburg, and they had taken rooms in the Stephanie Hotel, which was undoubtedly the best and the most famous of all the many sumptuous hotels in the town. Baden-Baden itself was beautiful, and Yolanda, who was then only 14, was thrilled with the stream running through it, and the gardens filled with flowers and blossom. She, of course, was not allowed to enter the casino, but she was well aware how important it was in their lives. The first night, her father had won, and they were all laughing and happy the next morning. He took her mother and her to the races. He won again, and Yolanda spent an exciting time with her parents before she was sent to bed. The next morning was totally different. Her father had apparently had a disastrous evening at the casino, and her mother was trying to console him by saying that things would be better today. Unfortunately, things were not better that day, or the next, and by the third day her father was completely broke. They were sitting out in the garden of the Stephanie Hotel, wondering what they should do next. How her father asked over and over again, could he pay for the rooms in the hotel? Lord Milborne then passed by and greeted them. He was a very good-looking man, Yolanda thought, perhaps a little older than her father. It seemed they knew each other well. They both belonged to White's Club in London. Lord Milborne exclaimed when he saw the Earl and his family. "I was looking for you, Longwood. I hear you had a bad day yesterday. If you are intending to go to the races this afternoon, I have a winner for you." He rose and walked towards Lord Milborne. "I have a sad story to tell you," he began. "I believe I can guess what it is," replied Lord Milborne. As he spoke, the two men turned and walked away along the side of the stream. As they did so, Yolanda's mother put out her hand and laid it on her daughter's. "I am praying," she whispered, "that Lord Milborne will help Papa. Otherwise, dearest, we are in a terrible fix." An hour passed before Yolanda saw that her father was coming back to them. By the way he walked and the smile on his face, she knew that all was well. He came to where they were sitting and bent down to kiss her mother before he said, "Everything is all right, my darling. Your prayers are answered, and we will not be thrown out of the hotel or be forced to walk home. Lord Milborne has helped you. He has been very generous, and what is more, he has given me the winner of the big race this afternoon." The horse had indeed won, and they then spent 2 very happy weeks in Baden-Baden before moving on. It was Lord Milborne who had rescued them, but Yolanda had not thought of him since. Yet she realized now that she could not allow her stepfather to outwit him, as she suspected he wanted to. She had heard several people talking at the dinner table about the new automatic air brakes. Everyone thought they would prevent the accidents which kept occurring on the railways. The Stockton and Darlington Railway was designed in 1825 to carry coal from the mines to the waterways, and it had proved immensely successful. In the following years, England was covered with a vast railway network, and soon other countries in Europe began to build their own railway systems. There were many unfortunate accidents because it was easy to start a train, but difficult to stop it. Several men working on manual handbrakes had to be coordinated, but if this procedure failed, a dangerous accident was likely. Now there was talk about a Mr. Westinghouse in America who had developed an automatic air brake, which was being adopted by a number of American railways. Yolanda realized from the look on her stepfather's face and the many questions he asked when the air brake was being discussed that he was interested in the product. And it meant that he would want to buy it before anyone else in England could. Yolanda was not concerned. It did not matter to her from whom he obtained the air brakes. But she was aware that she could not permit him to trick Lord Milborne, who had saved her father, her mother, and herself from disaster. "I have no wish to hurt steppapa," she determined, "but at the same time he has so much. Perhaps Lord Milborne needs a helping hand now, just as Papa needed one all those years ago in Baden-Baden." That afternoon she had arranged for some fittings in Bond Street, and afterwards she asked the coachman to take her to Grosvenor Square. She believed that her stepfather's secretary would keep a list of the people he knew and where they lived. So she looked at the book on his desk while he was at luncheon, and found, just as she had expected, Lord Milborne's address listed, Milborne House, number 93, Grosvenor Square. She and the maid who accompanied her drove there from the shop in Bond Street. Yolanda felt that she was being somewhat disloyal to her stepfather, but at the same time it was honourable to try to pay back some of the huge debt her father owed Lord Milborne. Grosvenor Square was indeed the largest and most impressive square in London, and yet to Yolanda it seemed somehow overpowering. When the carriage drew up by an important-looking house, It was with difficulty that she prevented herself from instructing the coachman to drive on. Then she remembered the smile on her father's face when he had come back from his walk with Lord Milborne in Baden-Baden, and how he had bent to kiss her mother before he told her the good news. "I am sure," she pondered, "this is what Papa would want me to do." The first footman on the carriage rang the bell of number 93. The butler opened the front door, and Yolanda stepped out. "I would like to see Lord Milborne," she asked. "Is his lordship expecting you, madam?" the butler inquired. "No," she replied, "but will you please inform him that Lady Yolanda Wood wishes to speak with him?" The butler was obviously impressed by her title, so instead of asking her to wait, he took her across a high-ceilinged hall and opened a door on the other side of it. He announced Yolanda in a stentorian voice as she entered what she guessed was a study or a library. There were many books everywhere. A fine painting by Stubbs hung over the mantelpiece, and 2 big French windows opened onto a walled garden at the back. For a second, Yolanda thought there was no one in the room, and then a man rose from behind a writing desk. The butler closed the door behind her. As the man walked towards her, Yolanda stared at him in surprise. He was not the Lord Milborne she remembered, but a young gentleman, tall and good-looking. He reached her and held out his hand. "I am delighted to meet you, Lady Yolanda. I have heard a great deal about you." "But you are not Lord Milborne." The young gentleman smiled. "You were expecting to meet my father, who I know was a friend of yours. I am afraid, however, that he died 2 years ago." Oh, I am so sorry," exclaimed Yolanda. "I met him a long time ago in Baden-Baden, when he was so very kind to my father and my mother, and we were all extremely grateful to him." "That sounds so like my father," he replied. "And as you have been kind enough to come to see me, I expect you know that I am staying with you this weekend to see the new pictures your stepfather has just bought." "Yes, he has told me about them. Though I have yet to see them, I am sure they are magnificent. I have a few Stubbs myself, and I am very proud of them. I only wish I had known the others were for sale. I would have obtained them before your stepfather managed to do so." Before Yolanda could reply, he asked, "Can I offer you any refreshment?" "No, thank you, my lord. I came to say something to your father without letting my stepfather know what I was doing. I am not sure now what I should do." She sounded indecisive, and Lord Milborne said, "I can understand your surprise at finding my father is no longer here. But please allow me to take his place. If there is any way I can help you or answer any questions you would have put to him, I am at your service." Yolanda seated herself on a sofa by the fireplace, and Lord Milborne stood with his back to it. Then, as if he felt it would seem friendlier, he sat down on a sofa beside her. "What is worrying you, Lady Yolanda?" "Everyone went to my father with their troubles, so I have a feeling that is why you have come to me." Yolanda drew in her breath. "Actually, my lord, you may think it surprising, but I want to repay in a small way the wonderful kindness your father showed us when we were in Baden-Baden." "What did he do?" Yolanda looked away from him, and a little shyly she answered, "I expect you know that my father was a gambler." Lord Milborne smiled at her. "I think everyone knew he was the most charming and the most delightful gambler there has ever been. The story of his life really ought to be in a book." Yolanda gave a little laugh. "I have never thought of that idea before." "It is something you should consider. I am certain that you could write it better than anyone else." Yolanda did not reply, and he continued, "I met your father several times when he was riding in the park, at many racecourses when I first proudly became a member of White's. I thought he was the most charming, the most handsome, and the most delightful man I have ever met." Yolanda's eyes now lit up as she clasped her hands together. "Thank you for saying that. It is the way I want people to remember my papa, not to remember him when things went wrong." She hesitated for a moment, and then she added, "It was when things went so very wrong in Baden-Baden that your father saved Papa at a time when we were desperate. He not only lent him money, which I am not sure was ever repaid, but he gave Papa the winner of the big race which he attended that afternoon." "That sounds very much like him. Of course, I am very proud of him, and I am trying to follow his example. So please allow me to take his place, and tell me why you are here." It was difficult for Yolanda to find the right words. "I expect you know how rich my stepfather is, and that he has made every penny of his fortune himself." "I have heard the stories, and how can anyone not admire him for what he has achieved?" "He has been so very kind to me, and I could never be grateful enough for what he did for Mamma and me after Papa died." Again there was a short pause before she went on. "I know in business men do not always behave in the same manner as your father and my father would have behaved." "I understand what you are trying to say to me." "You may think," said Yolanda, "that I am being very disloyal, but because your father was so kind when we were desperate, I just wanted to warn him when he came to stay that my stepfather is most interested in the automatic air brake invented by Mr. Westinghouse, and which is now being used so successfully in America." What she was saying came hesitatingly to an end. She looked up appealingly at Lord Milborne, as if she was begging him to understand what she was trying to say. He smiled at her appreciatively. "I think it is very brave of you, Lady Yolanda, to come and tell my father what you have just outlined. I do understand perfectly your reason for doing so." Yolanda gave a sigh of relief. "My stepfather, because he is so rich and so astute, invariably gets what he wants, and he has heard that you too are interested in the air brakes." "I am indeed, and I am grateful to you for thinking of my father, and now myself in that connection." Yolanda rose to her feet. "Please, my lord, you will not tell my stepfather I have been here?" "No, of course not. It is a secret between you and me, and I thank you for thinking of my father. I know that he would have been so grateful and appreciative at what you have been brave enough to do." "Then we shall meet on Friday evening, my lord, and I think we will both enjoy seeing step-papa's stubs." "You can be quite certain," added Lord Milborne. "I will be grinding my teeth with envy because he beat me to the sale. I have been abroad, which is the reason why I was not aware it was taking place. I feel sure you will have better luck next time." She held out her hand as Lord Milborne asked, "I suppose you don't have time to see a stubs I have in another room? I also have a very beautiful Titian, in which, as it depicts the goddess Venus, you should be particularly interested." Yolanda realized he was paying her a compliment. "I would love to see it, if you have the time." Lord Milborne escorted her into the drawing-room, which was beautifully furnished, and Yolanda thought that it had an atmosphere of having been lived in. The superb Titian painting of Venus and Adonis was hanging on one wall, and there was the particularly fine stubs over the mantelpiece. However, in his picture there were no horses, but 2 cheetahs he had painted brilliantly. "Your pictures are very lovely," Yolanda sighed as she walked from one to the other. "How lucky you are to own anything so perfect." "That is just what I think myself," Lord Milborne replied, "and it is why I want to add to my collection. I have other pictures which I would like you to see, but they are in my country house. Perhaps you will come and stay there one day." "I would love to," enthused Yolanda. "I remember Mamma telling me how lovely your house is after she had been there with Papa. I think they stayed. I don't recall meeting your mother, but I have heard how beautiful she was, and that you are very like her." His dark brown eyes gazed at her tenderly. "I only hope that is true." They walked out of the drawing-room and down the stairs, and Yolanda admired a Hogarth in the hall. "I don't care much for that picture," Lord Milborne told her, "but the one I would like you to see is the Holy Family, painted by Rubens, which I think is one of the best pictures he ever did." By now they had reached the front door, and one of the footmen was opening it. Lord Milborne took Yolanda across the pavement, and when they reached the carriage, she turned to him. "Thank you, my lord. You have been very kind." "That is just what I should be saying to you, Lady Yolanda, and I will say it to you again on Friday." He saw her glance at him quickly, so he added in a voice that the footman holding the door could not hear, "When we are alone." Yolanda smiled and climbed into the carriage. Lord Milborne did not go back into his house until she had driven away. As the carriage drove into Park Lane, Yolanda felt a little guilty, and yet she knew she had done what her father would think was the right thing. Lord Milborne's father had saved them from being humiliated at being unable to pay their bill, and her father might have had to face police charges, which would have caused a dreadful scandal. "There was nothing else I could do but warn Lord Milborne," mused Yolanda quietly to herself. At the same time, she felt rather apprehensive. Her stepfather might ask what she had been doing besides shopping, and she had no wish to lie to him. It would, however, be most embarrassing to admit that she had been to visit Milborne House. Fortunately, they were dining out that evening. Therefore, Yolanda did not meet her stepfather until she came downstairs, wearing a new and attractive gown. It was one of her dresses that he had not yet seen, so she took off the wrap and showed him how pretty it was. "You look lovely, my dearest," he said, "and I am very proud to be your escort tonight. Incidentally, I expect you will remember that we are dining with Lord Stratford de Ratcliffe in Grosvenor Square." Yolanda drew in her breath. She knew that they were dining with some friends of her stepfather's, and there was to be dancing afterwards, but she had no idea it was to be in Grosvenor Square. She only hoped that their host had not recognized the carriage if he had seen it outside Milborne House, in which case it would be very difficult for her to explain why she had been there. They were driven to Grosvenor Square. Yolanda then saw that Lord Stratford de Ratcliffe's grand house was situated on the opposite side of the square to Lord Milborne's. It was quite a large party, with over 30 people for dinner, and several others joining them afterwards. The ballroom was fairly small, and, as it was a hot evening, the dancers walked in the square between dances. It was cool amongst the trees. There was a full moon overhead, and it was all very romantic. Yolanda was not really surprised when she received her second proposal of marriage, from a young gentleman she had met half a dozen times at different parties. She danced with him, and thought him reasonably pleasant, but he did not have anything of particular interest to say. Once again, she felt that she would have been more amused to listen to her stepfather and several of the older men, including her host. They were talking animatedly at the opposite end of the ballroom to where the band was playing. When she received her second proposal, she was not frightened. "It is very kind of you," she said demurely, "and I am very honoured that you should ask me to be your wife. But quite frankly, I have no intention of being married at the moment." "I am not surprised when you are such a success," the young man told her. "But please, will you think of me? I will wait for you even if it means waiting for years." "I am sure that you would find that rather boring," she replied. "But of course, we can be friends, can we not?" "I do suppose," he said with a wry smile. "I must be thankful for some small mercies, but because you are so beautiful, I want a great deal more than friendship. I will go on hoping, and perhaps by a miracle, you will fall in love with me one day." Yolanda felt it embarrassing to go on talking about something she had no intention of doing. So she suggested that they joined in the Lancers, a dance in which it was impossible to speak intimately. When the Lancers finished, she realized with a sense of relief that her stepfather was ready to go home. Driving back in the carriage, she questioned him. "What were you talking about so earnestly to those gentlemen while we were dancing?" Her stepfather laughed. "I think you know the answer to that." "I suppose it was business." "But of course," he answered. "As you know, it is the one subject I am really knowledgeable about." "And on many other things too, including pictures. So what was it tonight?" "Need you ask, Yolanda?" "A report from America regarding the automatic air brake is making people who are connected with or who have invested in our railway aware that they are rapidly becoming out of date." By the time he finished speaking, they were back home, so Yolanda did not say any more. She kissed him good night and walked up to bed. She was wondering if once again he would win and somehow grasp the automatic air brake invention in his clutches before anyone else could. In which case, Lord Milborne would perhaps not be able to afford to buy any more pictures. If that was to be the case, she felt it was rather sad, as she sensed how much they meant to him. At least I have warned him, she thought. Surely he is sensible enough to realize it is a question of getting there first. That, she knew, was what her stepfather always did. He worked as quickly as his brain, which was very quick indeed. She gave a little sigh, and for some strange reason that she could not quite fathom, she really wanted Lord Milborne to win the air brake race with her stepfather. She somehow thought that he was so like her father. He would have thought it so unfair and ungentlemanly to push people out of the way, especially to grab the air brake before anyone else had a chance. I really have done my best. I cannot do any more, Yolanda decided a little ruefully before she fell asleep. The next day followed the same routine: a luncheon party, an afternoon reception, a dinner party and a dance. It seemed to Yolanda a repetition of what had happened a dozen times already. Then she felt a bit ashamed of herself for not being more enthusiastic. What I really want now more than anything, she decided, is to return to the country. She had ridden Chestnut practically every morning in Rotten Row, but it was not the same as riding over the fields or jumping in the paddock. When Friday morning finally came, she felt as excited as a child leaving school. They were going back to the country. To her delight, her stepfather was driving a team of 4 well-matched black horses. She knew that the horses had been bought recently at Tattersall's, the renowned auctioneer in Knightsbridge, so were likely to be exceedingly fast. Seeing him control the huge, proud-looking horses, she realized that her stepfather was a good driver, as well as a very good rider, both of which rather surprised her. After all, when he was a young man, his family had not been able to afford horses, whilst her father had ridden, as he had often boasted, since he could crawl. "You drive very well, step-papa," she blurted out. "I hear surprise in your voice," he replied, "which I don't think is very complimentary." "I am sorry if I sounded rude," answered Yolanda, "but actually, I was wondering how you came to ride so well, and learnt to drive as well as any of your coachmen." "Thank you, Yolanda. Now that is a compliment, and as you are so curious, I will tell you about it. As soon as I could afford it, I had myself taught by the very best drivers and riders. I then devoted many hours to learning and practised as often as I could." "That was indeed clever of you." "I have told you before that if you want something, you have to fight for it. And I had no intention of being heavy in the saddle or having clumsy fingers with the reins. It was another lesson, and one which has certainly paid off." "Of course it did, and I am enjoying driving with you more than I can say." "I feel you are dying to get back to the country." "Oh, of course I am. It will be lovely to be home, to see the garden and find out what is new in the stables." Her stepfather smiled at her. "We must not forget that Lord Milborne is coming to view my pictures. He is arriving this afternoon before dinner, but I suggest we show him nothing until tomorrow." "He must not interfere with our riding. I suppose he will want to ride too?" "I shall be very surprised if he does not. Incidentally, if you want an outstanding rider, then he is one." "Oh, is he?" Yolanda said, the surprise apparent on her face. "I thought he was more of a city gentleman." "On the contrary," her stepfather remarked, "he has won quite a number of races riding his own horses, and he is master of his own pack of foxhounds." Yolanda raised her eyebrows, both surprised and impressed. Lord Milborne had certainly seemed a Londoner when she had been talking to him in his house in Grosvenor Square. Now it seemed rather strange that he should be so countrified. "I believe that his foxhounds are outstanding," her stepfather was saying, "and I couldn't help wondering if I should have a pack of my own." "That would certainly be something new." "We will have to think about it. There is plenty of time before the autumn." They drove on, and by now there were only a few houses, and the undulating land was broken by clumps of trees with their leaves shining in the sunshine. They were very near to her stepfather's house when Yolanda inquired, "By the way, steppapa, have you invited anyone else to dine tomorrow night, or are we having Lord Milborne all to ourselves for 2 dinners?" "Of course some other people are coming to dinner on Saturday night, and I thought very hard about who to ask. I got the feeling that you were a little bored with dancing, after all the excitement of the parties in London, so I chose people who I thought would offer us a little intelligent conversation. It is something I would much prefer." She smiled happily. "I thought, too, that as Alan Milborne is interested in the opera, we might have some music." "A band? I thought you just said that we were not going to dance." No. I have asked a man who is an extremely good pianist to play for us after dinner. We can talk at the same time, so that it does not become an isolated entertainment. I thought perhaps you would play for us too." Yolanda's eyes widened. "I have read your school reports, and your music teacher said that you were an excellent pupil. Besides passing a series of examinations in music, you also sang in the school choir." "Are you expecting me to sing tomorrow night?" "Why not, Yolanda? I am contributing my part to the evening, and I think you should contribute too." "I am horrified at the idea. Also, I have not had an opportunity to practice or think of something to sing." "Sing them something really delightful and not too heavy," he asked. "When people have had a lot to eat and drink, they want to feel glamorous or even romantic. I just hope that is really what your guests would like. Otherwise they might feel a bit uncomfortable." "Trust me, Yolanda, they are mostly married couples. I am told that Alan Milborne is pursued by all the beautiful women in Mayfair, so he will not be looking for them in the depths of the country." It suddenly struck Yolanda for the first time that Lord Milborne was indeed an extremely good-looking man, who could not be much older than 27. Of course, all the ambitious mothers would pursue him with their debutante daughters. She had seen them in action at every party she had attended. They sat in small clusters, scrutinizing all the young gentlemen, and contriving to make their daughters dance with someone who had a title, or else with someone who was very rich. Yolanda realized that up until then she had been thinking of Lord Milborne in the same way as she thought of his father. She had not really thought of him as an attractive young man at all. Now she knew that she had been very silly. Of course, there was no reason to think that he was particularly interested in machinery, the railways, or for that matter automatic air brakes. It had really been quite unnecessary for her to go to Grosvenor Square. When she had realized that the Lord Milborne she knew was not there, she should have gone away at once. The new Lord Milborne had been most charming and polite to her, but he had certainly not said that he was hurrying off to America to bid for the air brake. She could appreciate that pictures were more interesting than him, particularly if they were by Stubbs and depicted horses that he could ride better than anyone. "I have just made rather a fool of myself," Yolanda considered. However, it did not matter at all, as Lord Milborne was never likely to be interested in her. Granted, he had paid her a compliment, but that was just good manners. It was the sort of thing any young man might say to a pretty young woman. All the same, Yolanda was still thinking about him when she walked slowly upstairs to dress for dinner. There was as yet no sign of his arrival. "Perhaps he has received a better invitation," she speculated. Then she told herself she rather wanted to see him again. He was certainly a great deal more interesting than the majority of gentlemen she had met in London. As she glanced at herself in the mirror, she knew she was looking very attractive. In fact, it would not be too conceited to say, lovely. "I wonder if I ought to wear some of my mamma's jewels with this gown?" she asked Emily. "I think it looks nice just as it is, my lady," Emily replied. "And you don't want to go shouting about having jewellery at this moment. It can be dangerous." Yolanda looked at her in surprise. "What do you mean by that?" They were telling me as soon as I arrived, there's been terrible trouble down here. Several houses have been broken into, and one elderly lady, I don't know her name, got stopped on the road by 3 men with pistols. They took her pearls off her neck, her earrings, and every penny her had in her handbag." "I have never heard anything so awful," Yolanda exclaimed. "Has the master been told?" "I don't rightly know, my lady, but they be talking about it in the kitchen, and they says it be a gang of roughs. Nasty it sounds to me." "And to me," agreed Yolanda. She did not say anything aloud, but was hoping that her stepfather's pictures were safe. It seemed to her more than likely. Surely ruffians who were collecting jewellery and holding up women on a quiet country road would not be interested in pictures by great masters. All the same, the 2 stubs her stepfather had just purchased were certainly valuable, even though he was a comparatively modern artist. Other artists in his large collection, like Holbein and Raphael, grew increasingly more valuable year by year. "I must warn steppapa to be very careful," Yolanda decided as she walked down the stairs. Then she saw 4 sturdy young footmen, all over 6 feet tall, standing in the hall, and remembered that there were 2 night watchmen always on guard when they went to bed. Reassured, she pushed the possibility of danger to the back of her mind. As she reached the bottom of the staircase, she was aware of someone coming down behind her. She looked back and saw it was Lord Milborne. He must have arrived just after she had gone up to dress. And now he was changed and looking smart and extremely handsome in his white tie and tails. She waited until he joined her at the bottom of the stairs. "You were so late in arriving, my lord, I was afraid you might not be coming." "How could I stay away when you have so much to show me?" he asked. "I hear, as well as the paintings, you are interested in the stables." "There is one horse in particular that I want to see," Lord Milborne responded. "It is one that your stepfather outbid me for at Tattersall's a few weeks ago. I was very angry with my head groom for allowing him to do so." Yolanda laughed. "I know which one it is," Yolanda informed him. "Then please arrange that I can ride him tomorrow. If nothing else, it will teach me a lesson that no one must ever be pipped at the post." Yolanda laughed again. "I am so very sorry for you, my lord, but we have Champion. He is a wonderful horse, and I enjoy riding him myself. In which case, I suppose I shall have to pretend that I no longer mind losing him." "You can tell me what you really feel after you have ridden him," replied Yolanda. "I have a feeling that having done so, you will just want to ride away on him and disappear, so we can never find you or Champion again." "That is certainly an idea, and a very good one at that." They were both chuckling as they entered the drawing-room. Chapter 6. The next morning, Yolanda awoke and thought at once how exciting it would be to ride with Lord Milborne. She had heard her stepfather giving the orders that the horses were to be brought round to the front of the house as soon as they had finished breakfast. She dressed hurriedly, without worrying about her appearance. She merely took a quick look to see if her hair was tidy before speeding downstairs. As she entered the breakfast room, she realized that both her stepfather and Lord Milborne were already there. They were laughing at something in the newspaper. "Good morning. What is all the excitement about?" she asked. The 2 men rose as she walked towards them, and she sat down. "Your stepfather has hit the headlines," said Lord Milborne. "In what way?" Lord Milborne looked at his host, who, after a long moment, commented sourly. "It is just infuriating how everything gets into the newspapers, however much one tries to prevent it." "There is nothing to be ashamed of," soothed Lord Milborne. "After all, they praised you to the skies." "Far too much." "Do please tell me what all this is about," begged Yolanda. "When I heard about the 2 stubs for sale that Lord Milborne has come here to see," her stepfather began, "the owner of the house had just died, and the auctioneers were arranging the rooms for the sale, putting, of course, the stubs in a prominent place in the order of sale," remarked Lord Milborne. Naturally, they recognized that they were the most important objects to be sold. Then what happened? Prompted Lord Milborne. Then I looked round and thought the rest of the things in the house were of no particular interest. Then I noticed a picture propped up against a wall. The glass was broken and the frame was in a very bad state. But you thought it might be interesting, Yolanda interposed. Her stepfather smiled at her. I think my instinct told me that, although it looked dilapidated, there was something remarkable about it. And there was? That is exactly what we have been reading, Lord Milborne chimed in. Your stepfather was clever enough to recognize a great masterpiece, even though no one else had, and he bought it for a song. £70 to be exact, boasted Mr. Garrack. And what is it really worth? Asked Yolanda. I would not like to guess, her stepfather replied, making a gesture with his hands. Who was the artist? It was St. George and the Dragon by Raphael, Lord Milborne answered her. It was only recognized after your stepfather had bought it by one of the representatives of Sotheby's, who had come from London for the sale. Yolanda laughed. He must have been furious that he had not bought it himself. Of course he was, answered Lord Milborne, and what was so brilliant of your stepfather was that he did not go to the sale himself. Otherwise, if people had known that he was going to bid for the picture, undoubtedly the price would have gone up. Yolanda looked at him and saw that his eyes were twinkling. She knew that was what had been on his mind, as he had sent his secretary to the sale rather than go himself. You are so very clever, steppapa, and I am longing to see the picture, as I know Lord Milborne must be too. You shall see all three of my purchases when we come back from our ride. Now come on, we must not keep the horses waiting. No, of course not, agreed Lord Milborne. Then they were all laughing again, and it seemed to Yolanda that their laughter set the tone of the whole day. The moment she saw Lord Milborne in the saddle and taking the jumps in the paddock, she realized what an exceptional rider he was. He handled his mount in the same competent way her father had always done. From the paddock they galloped over the flat land and covered most of the estate before they turned for home. Lord Milborne was riding on Champion, and he was thrilled with his mount. He told its owner that he was too lucky. Everything you touch just seems to turn to gold, Oliver, and it is exactly what the newspapers were reporting today. The last thing I want is for people to be told I am rich, replied Mr. Garrack. It means a mass of begging letters all telling me, better than I know myself, how they could spend my millions. He gave a quick laugh before he added, however much one gives them, I always feel they think it should have been more. You can be quite certain of that. You must be so careful of begging letters. I am told that there are people who make a considerable income by writing pathetic letters to everyone who is described in the newspapers as being a millionaire. Mr. Garrack sighed, but he did not say anything. As they rode on, they talked of other subjects. After luncheon, Lord Milborne was taken to see the pictures, and he was as thrilled with the stubs as Yolanda. They are so lovely, steppapa, and now you have such an outstanding collection of them, you must be careful they are not stolen. I assure you that I take every precaution. Yolanda remembered that she had not yet told him about the gang that was roaming the county and causing such trouble. She was not unduly worried. They sounded so rough that she thought it unlikely they would be interested in pictures. Snapping out of her unpleasant thoughts, she could hear her stepfather talking to Lord Milborne about Raphael, agreeing how different it would look when it was cleaned and beautifully framed. Yolanda now recalled that Raphael, before he died in 1520, had painted many religious pictures in Florence and Rome, and she felt certain that this particular one was unique. What the exceptional painting depicted would make it extremely interesting to all collectors. She slipped her arm into her stepfather's. It was so astute of you, steppapa, to recognize a picture in that state. But I am sure you were right. When it is cleaned and properly framed, it will look magnificent in the drawing-room."
"That is exactly where I was thinking of putting it, Yolanda. I know if your mother had been here, she would have been thrilled to have it in her room."
They went riding again for a short time later in the afternoon, and when they finally came back, Yolanda asked, "Is there a dinner party tonight, or are we alone?"
"I am glad to say that we are alone," her stepfather replied, "and I only hope our distinguished guest will not find it dull, although the big dinner party I have planned is for tomorrow night. On the contrary, I am delighted that I shall have a chance of talking seriously on a subject that I know we are both interested in," remarked Lord Milborne.
Yolanda's stepfather did not ask what this was, and she couldn't help wondering as they walked upstairs to change for dinner what that particular subject might be. Apart from pictures, what could be of interest to two men who were both so knowledgeable, but in very different ways? Yolanda put on one of her prettiest gowns. She sensed that there was a look of admiration in Lord Milborne's eyes as she came into the drawing-room. The chandelier had been lit, although the sun had not yet set, and the whole room seemed to glitter with light. The butler soon announced dinner, and they moved into the dining-room. As usual, the food was delicious, and Lord Milborne commended the wines. When the coffee had been served, Yolanda thought she ought to leave the gentleman. She glanced at her stepfather, and as she did so, Lord Milborne said, "If you are thinking of leaving us, Lady Yolanda, please do not. I would like you to stay and hear what I now have to say." Again, Yolanda wondered what it could be. She thought her stepfather seemed rather surprised as Lord Milborne put down his glass. "The reason that I was late arriving last night was because I had been to meet with Lord Granville, who, as you will know, is the new Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs." Mr. Garrack nodded sagely. "Yes, I think he will do very well. I have met him on several occasions." "Lord Granville has asked me, and he has already discussed the issue with the Prime Minister, if I would help him by becoming the Under-Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs." Mr. Garrack looked startled. "That is something I did not expect. But of course, very many congratulations, Alan. I am sure that you will enjoy the position. I believe, as I have travelled so much in my life, I will come in useful. At least the Prime Minister and Lord Granville have agreed to the first proposal that I have suggested to them since I was appointed." "What is that?" Mr. Garrack wanted to know. There was a lengthy pause, and Yolanda was quietly questioning what this all meant. Why had he wanted her to stay and listen to what he had to say? "I paid a private visit to America a few weeks ago," he resumed. "But I took it upon myself to make a detailed investigation into George Westinghouse's invention of the automatic air brake that has already been adopted by most American railways." Yolanda was astonished at what was being said. She sat there listening with wide eyes. She could not help wonder why Lord Milborne had brought up this particular subject. "When I returned," he went on, "I spoke to several of those who were financing the English railways and who seemed to be reluctant to start producing the air brake here in England when they could buy it direct from America. I think Westinghouse," added Mr. Garrack slowly, "has coped with all the teething difficulties, and it would be much better for the English to acquire the air brake as it is working now, than to start again from scratch." "That is exactly what I had thought. I am therefore asking you, Oliver, if you will negotiate on behalf of the British government with Westinghouse for his air brake." For a moment there was complete silence. Then Mr. Garrack sighed. "Such an idea never crossed my mind." "I think," smiled Lord Milborne, "that you would be a far better negotiator than I am. In fact, you are noted for the brilliance by which you have negotiated for yourself in the past. That is exactly why we do feel no one could obtain a better deal for Great Britain than yourself." Yolanda clasped her hands together. "It is a wonderful idea, step-papa," she exclaimed. "Of course, Lord Milborne is right. If anyone could obtain the air brake at the right price, it is you."
"I think you flatter me, Yolanda. At the same time, I am naturally very honoured that you should have offered me such an interesting, if difficult, task, and I can assure you that I will do my best." "So, you accept?" "Unreservedly, Alan. The Prime Minister will be delighted, and so will Lord Granville, and it was all my idea. I feel that I shall deserve a little of the rapturous applause when you come back in triumph." Mr. Garrack held up his hands. "Let's not count our chickens before they are hatched. But it so appears I have met George Westinghouse, and I have been aware for some time that he was experimenting with an invention that is so urgently needed, not only in America, but in the rest of the world." He sighed before he continued. "For the simple reason, with the enormous increase in railways, there are far too many collisions and accidents because of the inadequacy of the brakes." "I agree with you, and I am quite certain that if we adopt the system here in Britain, Europe will follow us." "Which is just what we would like to happen. Therefore, the sooner we get moving, the better." They rose and moved into the drawing-room in a very cheerful mood. Yolanda realized that her stepfather was seriously delighted at being offered such an important post by the British government. When she was ready to retire to bed, she kissed him affectionately. "I know you are thinking of what you will be able to do with the air brake, step-papa, and I am sure that you will bring it off, as my dear papa would have said, with all your usual brilliance." "I would hate to disappoint you, Yolanda." She held out her hand to Lord Milborne. Then, when she looked into his eyes, she knew he was saying something to her secretly. She became aware, as if he was speaking the words, that he was saying "thank you" to her. She smiled at him. Then she felt a strange quiver she could not explain run through her entire body. Just for a moment, she did not take her hand away from his. As if he could not help himself, Lord Milborne bent his head and kissed it. Her stepfather was not aware of this, because he had gone to the drinks table to pour out a nightcap before he went to bed. Just for a moment, Yolanda's fingers tightened on Lord Milborne's. Then, because she was feeling shy, she turned away and walked towards the door. Upstairs in her bedroom, she told herself that if she had indeed put the idea into his mind, it was a wonderful thing to have happened. Undoubtedly, her brilliant stepfather would make a huge success of the proposition ahead of him. If he is working hard, it will make him happy, she told herself, and he will not miss Mamma as much as he does now. Because she was so excited, she found it difficult to go to sleep. When she awoke, it was very early in the morning, and the sun was only just beginning to shine. She felt she could not stay in bed any longer. So, pulling on her riding skirt and without taking a jacket, she hurried down to the stables. There was only one sleepy groom on duty, and he looked at Yolanda in surprise because she was so early. "I would like to ride on Chestnut," she said after a moment's hesitation, as she was considering whether she should take out Champion. Then she thought that she should leave the beautiful stallion for Lord Milborne. It did not take the stable boy very long to saddle up Chestnut, and he opened the gate into the paddock for her. She took Chestnut over only 2 of the jumps, and then she galloped him speedily on the piece of flat land. There was an isolated wood in the near distance. She sometimes went there when she wanted to think about a problem and did not wish to be disturbed. Now she wanted to think of what her stepfather was going to do in America, and also how she could best thank Lord Milborne. He had been so astute in making it so easy for her stepfather to agree to undertake what he wanted, and it had all happened without him in any way being involved in one of his more doubtful transactions. The whole scenario was passing through her mind as she entered the wood. As usual, she felt thrilled by the beauty of the trees, the song of the birds, and the soft shuffle of the rabbits in the undergrowth. A mossy path led right through the wood, and in its centre there was an ancient woodcutter's hut in a clearing. It was made from the trunks of trees,
and Yolanda speculated that it must have been there for 100 years. She had never heard of her stepfather's woodcutters using it to sleep in, but they were likely to eat their midday meal there in bad weather. Now, as she approached the woodcutter's house, she saw the door was open and wondered if there was anyone inside. Chestnut moved into the clearing in front of the hut. As he did so, to Yolanda's surprise, 2 men came from behind the trees on either side of her. They were both rough, common-looking men, with hard faces, and she thought that they were very unlike any of the countrymen her stepfather employed on his estate. The 2 men stared at her, and then 2 more men came out of the wooden hut. They were even more unpleasant-looking than the 2 she had already seen. It suddenly struck her that maybe this was the gang that Emily had told her about, who were causing so much trouble in the vicinity. She thought it would be a mistake to talk to them or to linger any longer in the wood, so she pulled up the reins to thrust Chestnut forward. Then another man appeared directly on the path in front of her. "You be the lady," he called out in a coarse voice. "You be the daughter of the rich man at the big house." He was standing directly in front of Chestnut, who was forced to come to a standstill. Yolanda tried to turn him round so that she could ride back the way she had come. "I am in a hurry, so please excuse me if I ride back to the house." The 2 men who had been behind her took hold of Chestnut's saddle. "Bring him along," ordered the man in front of her. "Just what are you doing? Leave my horse alone," cried Yolanda. "I have to return home immediately." "Us weren't expecting you this early. Now you're here, you're saving us a lot of time." "I don't know what you mean," Yolanda screamed, "and let go of my horse. This is my stepfather's land, and you are trespassing on it." "Us knows that," one of the men jeered roughly. "How much do you think he'll pay us to go?" There was coarse laughter from the gang. Yolanda was beginning to feel afraid. Then the 2 men holding Chestnut's bridle began to follow the ruffian who had spoken to her. He was leading the way through the wood. "I insist," shouted Yolanda, "that you leave me to go home. If you want some food or money, I will arrange for you to have some." The men walking ahead of her laughed again. "Us'll have your money. Your papa has plenty of it, and he'll want his little girl back." There was a sneering note in his voice which made the other men snigger. Now Yolanda was feeling really frightened. She realized that they were intending to kidnap her. It was obvious something they had been planning for some time, and she had walked straight into their trap. How could she have guessed that the gang who had caused so much trouble would be lurking in the woods? She realized that it would be no use arguing with them. There was really no necessity for her to hold the reins, as the 2 men were firmly leading Chestnut. She therefore sat stoutly on her saddle, wondering desperately how she could make any communication with her stepfather. This part of the estate was not being cultivated at the moment, so there would be no likelihood of anyone seeing her or the men who were with her. They moved on in silence. The ruffian, who was obviously the leader, walked in front, followed by the 2 men holding Chestnut's bridle, and then 3 behind her, making 6 villains in all. Yolanda thought she had little chance of escaping from them, and the only sensible thing to do now was to go quietly with them, with as much dignity as possible. She was, however, well aware that it was not going to be easy for her. She reckoned by now, although she did not have a watch, that it must be after 8 o'clock. Her stepfather would now have been woken by his valet, as would Lord Milborne. When they went down to breakfast and she was not there, they would be told she had gone riding earlier. It would not occur to them that anything was wrong, not until very much later when she did not return. "What can I do? Oh, what can I do?" she asked herself desperately. She glanced again at the 2 men behind her. They were most unpleasant, and definitely not countrymen. She was not certain as to where they came from. By judging by their accents, they must have come from the worst slums. They progressed further down the mossy path until the wood came to an end. Just inside the wood, Yolanda could see the remains of what she knew had once been a slate mine. In the past, most large estates had mined their own slates to repair the roofs of cottages and barns and to employ local people. Nowadays, most of the old country slate mines had been closed, as it was so much cheaper to buy slates and tiles that were manufactured in their thousands in large factories in the north of England. She had often seen what remained of the slate mine when she had been riding, and she thought it looked rough and unsafe and should be filled in. Now the men walking ahead were coming to a halt in front of the mine. Yolanda knew instinctively that that was where she was going to be taken a prisoner. "Get down," the chief ruffian demanded. It was an abrupt order, but for the moment Yolanda hesitated. "What do you want me to do?" she asked. "You're going to write a letter to your rich papa. Come on, don't waste too much time about it." Yolanda dismounted and felt thankful that neither of the men holding Chestnut made any attempt to help her. Then, when the leader started to walk down into the mine, she hesitated. "What about my horse?" she asked him nervously. He turned back. "He'll be a-going to be our messenger. He'll take the letter to your papa, and then he'll come to no harm." She patted Chestnut as if to reassure him, and then, with a sinking heart, she followed the leader down into the mine. There were broken stones, fallen foliage, and pieces of wood scattered about as she passed into the mine itself. Because there were so many holes in the roof of it, it was not difficult to find the way. There was a clearing where the ruffians stopped, and he was now standing in front of a broken wooden chest. On top of it was a bottle of cheap ink, a pen, and a sheet of paper. "You write what I tells you," he commanded, "and no tricks, or you'll be sorry." Yolanda did not answer him. She merely picked up the pen. "Tell your rich papa you be our prisoner, and us wants £10,000 for you." Yolanda gave a gasp. "He cannot pay all that money. Anyway, he will not have it with him." The chief ruffian gave a smirk. "I knows that, but he's plenty of time to go to the bank before it gets dark, and that'll be what he's going to do, to pay us." "Supposing he refuses?" asserted Yolanda. "Then you can tell him us will kill you, or perhaps you'll die of starvation." "I am sure that he will come to find me." The man laughed, and it was not a pleasant sound. "Who do you think be looking for a pretty lady like this in an old mine? They says in the village it ain't been used for years, and some thinks it be haunted, so they won't come anywhere near it." Yolanda thought that this was very likely true. Anyway, why should anyone look for her in a slate mine that had lain empty for years and years? There was not a thing she could do, she considered, but write down what the ruffian demanded. Slowly she dipped the quill pen into the ink. "Now, no tricks," he wheezed menacingly. "I can read, so you write just what I've told you to say, or you'll be sorry." He waved the stick he was holding in his hand. Yolanda thought for a moment that he was about to hit her. She gave a little cry and moved backwards. "You just do now what I says, or it'll be the worse for you." Because it was easier, Yolanda knelt down to write the letter. She wrote, "Dearest steppapa, I have been captured and held prisoner by a gang that has been operating in the neighbourhood. They are now demanding £10,000 for my safe release." Whilst she was writing, the ruffian had been looking over her shoulder. "Tell him to put it under the gate at the end of that there field, where you has the jumps." "Oh, the paddock, you mean?" "Yes. Us wants the money there as soon as it be dark, and if anyone touches the man as collects it, you'll die. You tell him that." Obediently, as there was nothing else she could do, Yolanda wrote down what he had just said. "Now you sign it, with love and kisses," he crowed jeeringly. "I am so sorry that this should have happened," wrote Yolanda. "Please save me, steppapa. I am so terrified." She signed her name, and then she paused. She thought that the ruffian was about to take the paper from her, so she added quickly, "Please feed Pizarra at 6 o'clock." Then she put down the pen and leant back. The ruffian behind her picked up the paper.
"What be this here that you've just written?"
he inquired suspiciously. "It's about my dog. I always feed him every day at 6 o'clock, and he will be hungry." He grunted, but did not say anything, just walked away with the paper in his hands. Yolanda looked round. She realized there was nothing to sit on except the ground or the broken wooden chest, so she sat on the edge of it. Then she heard the gang talking up above. To her surprise, the chief ruffian came back.
"Have you got a pin?" he asked. "Us to pin your note on the horse's saddle, and if it ain't stuck firm, your rich papa won't be getting it."
Yolanda had fastened her blouse at the neck with a small brooch, so she unfastened it and held it out to him. He took it and looked closely at it to see if it was worth anything, and then he disappeared again. She thought that they must be taking Chestnut back to the paddock and turning him loose. When he was seen alone, someone was sure to think that there had been an accident. They would undoubtedly think that she had been thrown, and they would catch Chestnut and then see the note. She was wondering desperately what her stepfather and Lord Milborne would then do. If they immediately sent for the police, she thought there was every likelihood that the men would either kill or injure her to stop her from giving evidence against them. It seemed impossible that her stepfather would give such a large sum of money to these desperadoes. But what was the alternative? The whole situation was desperately depressing. "What on earth can I do?" thought Yolanda again. Then, because she was extremely frightened, she started to pray. As she fervently prayed to God, she felt somehow that if her stepfather could not save her, Lord Milborne would think of a way of doing so. How? She had no idea. She only thought that there was indeed something about him that would resent giving in to blackmail, so by some miracle, somehow, he would save her. Up above, the gang were talking amongst themselves. Yolanda was sure that one of them was about to mount Chestnut. It became obvious that the talking had degenerated into an argument, and their voices became louder and louder as they quarrelled with each other. Listening carefully, she could make out that they were arguing about who should take the horseback. Finally, someone was chosen, and she heard him ride off, whilst hoping and praying that he would not be cruel to Chestnut. She was certain that by now her stepfather and Lord Milborne would have finished their breakfast. They would be about to mount their horses, whilst wondering where she was. They might come to look for her, and if they saw Chestnut being ridden by a stranger, they might force the villain to tell them where she was. This idea, however, was soon shattered. Some time later the chief ruffian came down below.
"Your horse be back in the paddock," he began.
"I hope that the man who rode him was gentle with him," insisted Yolanda.
"He be all right. That man is the one us chooses when us has to steal an horse, so he knows if they be good or bad. It be a pity us can't keep that one." He spoke to her in a mocking manner, and Yolanda thought it was more dignified to ignore it. So she merely remarked, "I am glad that you have taken Chestnut back safely." "Now us be going to make sure that you're safe. There'll be a nice little cell all ready for you, if you'll come this way." Yolanda's heart sank into her boots, but there was nothing she could do. She walked behind him further into the mine. Then, when she was afraid they might be going even deeper, he stopped. On the left there was what looked like a small cave with a dim light coming through several holes in the roof, not large enough for anything but a rabbit to climb through. "This here be where you can rest, lady, and the way you've just come will be blocked, and if you were to go the other way, you'd fall down into the mine. So if you hurt yourself, don't blame me." "I will stay here, but I would like something to sit on." "After a sofa and chairs, be ya?" he jeered. "That'll be something us haven't got, but you can have that bit of old wood you've been writing on, if that'll take your fancy." "It will be better than nothing," she sighed. He went and fetched the broken wooden chest. He carried it to where Yolanda was standing and plumped it down in the middle of the cell. Then he said, "Now, No tricks. If you tries to escape, I shall catch you and tie you up. You'll find that real uncomfortable, you can be sure of that. If you screams, I shall gag you.
I shall be extremely quiet and stay here until I am rescued. The ruffian laughed.
Rescued? You'll stay here till your papa's money comes, and when that happens, you can walk home. Be that clear? It'll be no use expecting Buckingham Palace, but if you're good and give us no trouble, I'll give you something to eat when us has our meal.
Thank you. I would be very grateful. The man gave Yolanda an appraising look.
I'll say one thing for you. You got the sense not to make a fuss. Some women 'ud be screaming and crying, and a lot of good it'd do 'em. But I tells you again, one scream, or one cry, and you'll be gagged.
He walked away, and Yolanda settled down on a broken chest, which was just strong enough to hold her. She thought it was better than sitting on the rough floor that was grey and dirty from slate chippings. She wondered frantically if her stepfather or Lord Milborne could possibly understand the postscript she had written at the bottom of her letter. She felt that they were both intelligent enough to do so, but at the same time she could not have put anything that was too obviously a clue to her whereabouts. They will never think of the slate mine, she told herself, unless one of them speaks Spanish. Time seemed to pass very slowly. She knew by the heat of the sun coming through the holes in the roof when it was midday. It was a full half an hour later that the chief ruffian brought her some food. It was not very appetizing, and she thought it must have been made up at a local inn where they had stayed or eaten. It consisted of a tiny sandwich of thick bread made from badly ground flour with a speck of tasteless ham that had doubtless been home-cured. With the disgusting sandwich came a small bottle of the cheapest and, she decided, nastiest beer that could be purchased in the neighbourhood. There was no question of the beer being poured into anything, and someone had knocked the top off the bottle, so it was difficult to drink without cutting her lips and mouth. However, she was both hot and hungry, so she drank the beer and ate some of the sandwich. Now the gang had come underground so that they would not be seen. They were just a short distance away from her in the mine, and she could hear them laughing and talking. If she listened intently, she could hear every word they were saying, and it was not particularly edifying. They made jokes that she thought were exceedingly vulgar. It was the chief ruffian who talked the most.
I tells you what us'll do, my boys, Yolanda could hear him saying. When us gets this here money, us'll go abroad. Us have had all us'll get out of this lot, and it'll be a bit dangerous if they tells the police and they be a-looking for us. Where'll us go? Someone asked. Across the channel. The food be good in France, and the women more fun than this here lot.
They all laughed at this remark, and then followed several lewd jokes that Yolanda did not care to listen to. The day wore on. She thought despairingly that it would never end. She wondered if her stepfather had gone to the bank to draw out the money. He could afford it, of course he could. But she considered it would be very humiliating if he should have to pay such a huge sum to keep her alive. Now the sun was beginning to set, and she realized that it would soon be dusk. If the money for her was to be paid, her stepfather would by now be taking it to the paddock. It was a clever place for the gang to have chosen, as the gate at the end of the paddock could not be seen from the stables. If they wanted to arrest the man who had come for the money, there was nowhere anyone could hide. Perhaps, Yolanda pondered, they will just put it down and trust to their honesty to let me go free. Then she was praying again, praying for help, not only to her stepfather, but also to Lord Milborne to come and save her. She had the most terrifying feeling that if they did not pay the money at once, the gang really would kill her. Even to think of it made her shiver. She had by now completely convinced herself that the chief ruffian was clearly nothing more than a hardened criminal who would stop at nothing. Now it was dusk, and through one of the holes in the ceiling she could see the first evening star. It was then, suddenly, when all was quiet, that there came the bark and snarl of a dog. It was a very noisy bark, and its snarl turned into a yelp. The dog seemed to be barking loudly at something that was upsetting it. Because it all sounded so strange, Yolanda went, as she had not done before, to the opening into her cave. She looked along the passage towards the gang. She could just see that they were standing up, and she heard the chief ruffian yell, "Two of you go at once and stop that damn dog. It'll attract attention." "Shall I shoot it?" one of the gang asked. "Don't be a fool," he replied. "A shot'll carry for miles. Just knock him off so he don't make that row." Even as he spoke, the dog yelped again. Its noise sounded almost shattering in the darkness outside. "Now just hurry up and stop him, you fools." Yolanda could hear two men scurrying up onto the ground above. Chapter 7. Yolanda listened, as she knew the gang beyond her were listening. There was a shrill yelp from the dog, then silence. She heard the chief ruffian guffaw. "That's got him." A moment or two later, the dog started again. It was yelping, growling fiercely, and then yelping again. She thought that the men must have been pursuing him. She moved quietly, even nearer to the gang. The chief ruffian was bellowing. "What the devil be they doing, the fools? Go up and help 'em. That dog must be a-running round in circles and they can't get near him." "Us'll finish him off," one of the gang exclaimed. Yolanda could hear their footsteps as they climbed up above. The dog gave another long yelp, and then silence. She hoped that the poor animal was not dead or in pain. She was just about to walk back to her cell, when to her astonishment there came the same yelp, but this time it was a little louder. Next, the dog was growling savagely, as if someone was attacking him. Peeping round the corner, Yolanda could see the chief ruffian wildly waving his arms. She reckoned, although she could not see his face, that he was very angry. "Fools! Oafs! Idiots!" he was screaming. Then came a flood of oaths. "I'd better go up now and help 'em," the only other gang member left volunteered, but there was not much enthusiasm in his voice. "I'll come with you," the chief ruffian insisted. "If us ain't that careful, us'll have people coming to see what's happening. Where's me stick?" He must have found it. Yolanda heard him scampering away, followed by the other man. In order to hear better, she moved to where they had been sitting. There were the remains of their supper lying in a mess on the floor, and there were several bags and boxes lying against one wall, which she guessed must contain the loot they had stolen. Now the dog above was snarling really ferociously, and then he gave a loud yelp. Again there was silence. "They really must have killed the poor animal this time," Yolanda surmised. She only hoped that if he was still breathing, they would not bring him down below. She looked round the mine, wondering if, while they were absent, there was any chance of being able to escape. But she knew it was impossible. If she now climbed out of the mine onto the ground above, they would see her, and then they would surely be extremely angry with her for trying to run away. "I just have to pray," she decided, "that steppapa and Lord Milborne will have understood the clues I wrote in the letter." She was praying fervently when she heard footsteps coming down from above towards her. She thought it must be the chief ruffian returning. He had obviously killed the dog, as there was no longer any sound of him. She turned to go back to where she had come from. As she did so, she stopped. It was difficult for her to see because the brambles that had grown over the entrance to the mine hid the light from the moon and stars. Yet in the half-light, Yolanda became aware that the man coming towards her was taller than any of the gang. Then, as she hesitated, a voice called out softly, "Yolanda!" She gave a strangled cry that seemed to echo round the walls of the mine. It was Lord Milborne who had called her name, and she ran towards him. She flung herself against him, crying, "You have come! You have come! You understood!" His arms went round her. "They have not hurt you, my darling?" he asked her tenderly. Then, as she looked up at him in surprise, at such a delightful endearment, his lips were on hers. He was kissing her wildly. Yolanda felt at once that the whole wide world was suddenly bathed in sunshine, and it was the most wonderful thing that had ever happened to her. As he could feel the softness and innocence of her lips, Lord Milborne drew her closer and closer to him, and his kisses became more demanding and more passionate. After what seemed like a long time, he raised his head. Yolanda was just able to breathe. "It is you. Really you," she managed to mumble. "It is me," replied Lord Milborne. "How could you have been so clever as to tell us where you were?" Then, before she could answer him, he was kissing her again, kissing her until she felt that she was melting into his body, and there were not two people, but one. Finally, in a strange voice, which did not sound like his own, Lord Milborne murmured, "I must take you home, my precious darling. I was so terrified in case those villains had hurt you in any way. What has happened to that dreadful gang?" "They are on their way to the police wagon, which is waiting to take them all to prison." Yolanda gave a gasp. "It was so frightening, but somehow I knew that you would come and save me. It might have been a great deal more difficult if we had not known where you were. I thought, as the men seemed so strange, that one of them might be German or French, and I only hoped that you knew a little Spanish." Lord Milborne laughed. "I was in Spain a year ago, and managed to become quite fluent, but only you would have thought of telling us how many men there were. And only you and my steppapa would have been able to decipher my code." When she mentioned her stepfather's name, she felt Lord Milborne give a little jerk. It was almost as if he had forgotten about him. He kissed her very gently and affectionately. "Come, my darling, let us go home. We have a lot of explaining to do in a much more comfortable place than this." As he spoke, he drew her towards the rough path up to the ground above. There was no sign of the gang. Yolanda looked all around her. "Did they kill the dog?" Lord Milborne chuckled. "I was the dog. Fortunately, as you can see, I am still alive, and therefore, my darling, able to kiss you." He kissed her again. "Come along, or else your stepfather will be angry with me for keeping you away from him for so long." "Where is he?" inquired Yolanda. "In the trees with the horses we are going to ride home." Yolanda slipped her hand into his, and they walked back over the rough ground. "How on earth did you learn to make such a strange noise?" she asked him breathlessly. "I was quite certain it was a real dog." "I was taught the trick in India, when I was serving with the brave men who worked in the great game, which I expect you have heard about." "Of course I have," answered Yolanda. "It is the brilliant secret service we are using against the Russians." "That is correct. They taught me many techniques, but this one has certainly been the most effective." "What happened to the men when they came out? You did not kill them?" "I did not touch them. The moment they appeared, two of the men I brought with me, the footman and the scullion, grabbed the first villain before he was aware of what was happening. They threw a blanket over his head so that he should not make a noise. Then they tied a rope around him and marched him down to the police van." "Then the dog attracted the next two." "Exactly," agreed Lord Milborne. "I am delighted it went off so well. I only wish I could tell my teachers in India how successful I was at masquerading as a dog." "I think it was fantastic of you," enthused Yolanda. "Only you and my steppapa could be so clever as to cope with anything so dastardly and terrifying. I will never allow you to be so frightened again, my darling one," vowed Lord Milborne. He stopped and looked at her in the moonlight. He thought that no one could ever look lovelier or more desirable, despite her shattering ordeal. "You do love me?" he asked her tentatively. I did not realize it was love that I was feeling, whispered Yolanda, until you kissed me. Then it was exactly what I prayed I would find one day, and God has answered my prayers. As he has answered my prayers as well, Yolanda. I was determined never to marry until I loved someone as I now love you. He kissed her again. It was a long and passionate kiss. Then, as if he was forcing himself to do so, he took her hand and started to walk on. When they reached the trees, Yolanda knew where they were going. Outside the wooden hut where she had encountered the gang, there were 3 horses and her stepfather. When he saw her, he held out his arms, and Yolanda ran towards him. "I am safe, steppapa," she cried. "Safe, although it has been very terrifying. I am so happy you did not have to give them so much money." Her stepfather's arms tightened around her.
"I would give them everything I possess, rather than lose you."
"Lord Milborne was so very clever. I really thought it was a dog barking."
"He told me exactly what he was intending to do. When I heard him instructing the men we had chosen to take with us, it was a scheme I had never heard of before."
"It was new to the gang, and that was what really mattered. They thought the dog would attract attention, and fortunately they did not shoot at him," exclaimed Yolanda.
"I am very thankful for that," added Lord Milborne. "It was all your idea, Alan," said Mr. Garrack, "and I am extremely grateful to you."
"I am afraid it is going to cost you something very expensive," responded Lord Milborne with a broad smile. Mr. Garrack looked at him quizzically. "I want to marry Yolanda as soon as possible," he explained. "I find I cannot live without her."
"Marry Yolanda?"
There was a note of surprise in his voice, as if the idea had not occurred to him. "I love him, steppapa," whispered Yolanda. He looked at her with tenderness in his eyes.
"Then, of course, I am delighted, and I am happy to give you my blessing. So let's go home and celebrate."
Lord Milborne lifted Yolanda onto Chestnut, who was nuzzling against her as if he was so pleased to see her. Then, as Lord Milborne mounted on Champion, her stepfather jumped onto his horse, saying, "I suppose, Alan, I shall now have to present you with the horse you were riding, and anyway, it is a suitable reward for all you have achieved tonight." "What we have achieved," Lord Milborne corrected him. "And let us hope it is the first of many campaigns we can fight together."
"I will say amen to that, Alan."
Then he rode ahead down the mossy path, which led eventually to the paddock. Yolanda followed, and Lord Milborne came behind. When they were galloping side by side across the flat land, she thought how wonderful everything was now, and she shuddered that it was only a short time ago that she was desperately praying to be rescued from the villainous gang. They reached the house to find that the entire staff was waiting in the hall for their return. When Yolanda appeared, there came a cheer started by the butler, and all those around him echoed it. "You are safe, my lady?" he asked. "Those devils haven't hurt you in any way?" "No, and I am now safe thanks to my stepfather and Lord Milborne, and I am so very happy to be back home." "I am sure that you're hungry, my lady," suggested the cook. "Oh, I am indeed." "Dinner, rather than supper, is waiting, my lady," said the butler. "I was quite certain your ladyship would be hungry, and the gentlemen wouldn't touch anything before they went to rescue you."
"Well, we need a large glass of champagne first," Mr. Garrack proposed, "and it is just what everyone in the house is to have tonight."
There was another loud cheer from the staff. Yolanda and Lord Milborne walked together into the drawing-room. "I suppose," she mused, "I ought to go upstairs and tidy myself."
"You look too beautiful for words, my darling, and I thought that no one could be lovelier in the moonlight."
He was speaking in a low voice that she could only just hear. He saw her blush at the depth and sincerity of his words, and he was thinking that she looked like a goddess of the moon.
I love you beyond the entire universe, my dearest Yolanda, and I want to kiss you again.
Now I am certain that I must go and make myself look pretty for you." Yolanda ran away before he could stop her. Emily was waiting for her in her bedroom. "I must tidy myself, Emily, before I have anything to eat. We was all in ever such a state, my lady. It was terrible, really terrible." "It's all over now," sighed Yolanda. She was slipping off her riding skirt as she spoke, and the blouse she had worn above it. It only took a few minutes for her to wash, and for Emily to help her into one of her prettiest evening gowns. She tidied her hair quickly and ran downstairs. The gentlemen were waiting for her in the drawing-room. "If you are going to be long drinking champagne," suggested her stepfather, "you had better bring in the dining-room with you. We both admit to feeling extremely hungry." "So am I," agreed Yolanda, "although the men did give me a sandwich to eat." "I suppose that was decent of them," came in Lord Milborne. "They will get a very long sentence, because the police already have a whole list of robberies and acts of violence they have perpetrated." Over dinner, Yolanda persuaded Lord Milborne to relate some other tricks he had learned in India. What he had to say was so fascinating, she thought that she could listen to him all night. However, when the servants had left the room, Lord Milborne said, "Now please tell me how soon we can be married. Personally, I would much prefer a quiet wedding here in the country. But of course, my darling, if you would wish the ceremony to take place in London, I will do whatever you want." "I would just love to be married very quietly in the village church, where Mamma is buried." She saw the delight in Lord Milborne's eyes before he added, "That is what I hoped you would say, and as your stepfather needs to depart shortly for America, I suggest it would be a mistake for him to delay his visit more than a few days." "I agree, Alan. The sooner I get on with the job, the better. I don't suppose I shall be the only one in Europe bidding for the automatic air brake, and the more competition there is, the more money we shall have to pay for it. Then, I suggest, if you agree, that tomorrow I go to Windsor and inform the Queen of my engagement to Yolanda. Her Majesty is my godmother, and I know that she would be very offended if she was not the first to know that I have been caught at last." "I was not trying to catch you," asserted Yolanda. Lord Milborne put out his hand towards her. "I know, my darling, and that makes you different from anyone else I have ever met. Actually, from the first moment I saw you, I was determined to catch you and not let anyone else have you." He looked deeply into Yolanda's eyes. Somehow there was no need for words. Yolanda knew that he was giving her his heart, and her heart was already his. Yolanda and her stepfather agreed that they would make all the necessary arrangements for the wedding. It was to take place very quietly the afternoon that Lord Milborne returned from Windsor Castle. He had said that he was obliged to stay the night with the Queen, and that would give them just 2 days to prepare everything. He proposed they spent their first night together at home, and left the following day for their honeymoon. "I have a yacht in Dover Harbour, and I thought it would take us down the Channel to Spain." "To Spain?" Mr. Garrack exclaimed, somewhat in surprise. "Why Spain?" Lord Milborne smiled. It was the Spanish word bizarra that enabled us to save Yolanda from a horribly unpleasant experience. I know if we go to Madrid, she will enjoy seeing the pictures in the Prada, some of which are as good, if not better, than anything we have at the moment in the National Gallery." "I would so love that," cried Yolanda. "Next, we can either sail round the Mediterranean, or if you are bored, we can come home." "I know I shall never be bored," she sighed. "Just as I will never be bored with you, my darling. We not only talk to each other with our hearts, but with our brains." "That is so true," agreed Yolanda. "Of course it is true," her stepfather added. "I told you once that love is really a battle of brains. So our brains continue to excite, inspire, and guide us safely all through our lives." "It is exactly what Yolanda will do for me," came in Lord Milborne.
and that is why I am determined never to allow anyone else to take her from me."
"Do you really mean," asked Yolanda, "that I shall be able to help you with your vital work for the Foreign Secretary?"
"I shall only be as good at it if you do so, and the problems I will be confronted with can only be solved by us both using our brains."
"It makes the whole idea enthralling," exclaimed Yolanda. Lord Milborne left the house for Windsor Castle early the next morning, and she and her stepfather started in earnest to prepare for the wedding. The local vicar was an elderly gentleman who was loved by the whole village. He was most delighted to be asked to perform the service, and promised to keep it secret until it had actually taken place. "I don't want there to be anyone in the church," explained Yolanda, "except step-papa, and of course your daughter, if she will play the organ as she always does so beautifully."
"She will be honoured to do so," the vicar replied. The ancient little church was filled with flowers. Yolanda had her best white evening gown altered so that it could become a wedding dress. It only required a little chiffon adding to the décolletage. The train that her mother had worn at her wedding could be suspended from her waist, and there was also her mother's veil for her to wear, as well as the jewellery that her stepfather had given her. Someone had once told Yolanda that it was unlucky to see your bridegroom on your wedding day until you met him in the church. So she therefore insisted that when Lord Milborne arrived, he was to be taken upstairs to change. Then a separate carriage was to be waiting to take him down the drive to the church, and she would follow in another carriage with her stepfather. Because she could not resist listening at her door, she heard Lord Milborne arrive back from Windsor Castle. He was talking to her stepfather as they walked up the stairs. She longed to run out and fling her arms around his neck, yet she knew she must keep to their plans. Actually, it made the whole wedding day even more exciting, and something she would always remember to the day she died. Finally, just before 6 o'clock, she could hear Lord Milborne walking downstairs. When she was sure he had left for the church, she went down to join her stepfather. "You look so very lovely, my dearest," he said with admiration in his voice, as she joined him in the drawing-room. "That is a delightful compliment, and I also want to say something to you, step-papa." "What is it?" he inquired.
"I want to thank you, from the bottom of my heart, for all your kindness and the love you have given me. We will never forget you, and we will never be far away from you in the future. I know that Alan admires you enormously, and we want you to come continually to our house, just as we shall continually come to yours." Her stepfather put his arms round her and held her close against him. "That is just what I wanted you to say, because I really cannot afford to lose you, as I lost your mother." "You will never lose me, step-papa," she promised. "I shall always need you in my life, even though I have Alan."
He kissed her. "Your future husband has just told me something very touching. It is a secret, but I want you to know. When he told the Queen he was going to marry you, she was not only delighted, but very impressed that I had been chosen by the Prime Minister and Lord Granville to travel to America and acquire the automatic air brake for Great Britain."
"I am so glad she is pleased."
"Her Majesty is not only pleased," he went on, "but your future husband spoke to her about my collection of pictures, and she has asked if she may come here to view them."
Yolanda gave a little cry. "Oh, step-papa! Oh, that is a great honour, and it will be wonderful to have the Queen here. Oh, think how thrilled the staff will be."
"And everyone in the neighbourhood," he added. "What Alan has also said, and this is the secret you must not mention to anyone, he thinks that if I promise the Queen when she is here to give 10 of my best pictures to the National Gallery, and I have by that time brought off the deal for the automatic air brake for our railways, she will honour me with a knighthood."
Yolanda gave a gasp. "Oh, step-papa, that would be marvellous." She knew without him saying any more how much it would mean to her stepfather. It would be the crowning glory that he had worked so hard for all his life. It would also ensure that he would never again be involved in any more of the underhand deals that he called business. She was certain that from this moment on he would strive in every way to follow the unwritten laws by which her father had lived and died. There was no need for further words. There were tears in her eyes, and she thought that there was a suspicious brightness in her stepfather's as she kissed him. "It is such fabulous news, step-papa. I know how proud and delighted Mamma would be." "That is exactly what I was thinking, and she would be delighted at your marriage. So, let's go, and get on with it." Yolanda gave a little laugh. "That is just what I want to do," she sighed, as she took her stepfather's hand in hers. Much later that same day, Lord Milborne kissed his wife's forehead as she lay silently in his arms. "Do you still love me, my precious?" he asked. "I love you so much," Yolanda answered, "that you fill my whole world, and I am not only part of you, but you are part of me. You are in the sky, in the trees, and in the water falling down from the fountain. Everywhere I look, and everything I think, is you, Alan. That is just what I want you to tell me, Yolanda, because, my precious, beautiful, perfect little wife, I feel that we have not only been looking for each other in this life, but in the many lives we have lived before. Now, at last, we are together, and no one can ever separate us. That is what Mamma believed, and I am convinced that she is now with Papa, and they are both happy because we are together, as we shall always be, my darling Yolanda, and I am wondering how I have been lucky enough to find you. I think we were drawn together by a power greater than ourselves. When I first met you, when I was expecting to see your father, I felt in some strange way that you were different to any other man I had ever met. And you were not only the most beautiful woman I had ever seen in my life, but there was something about you that made me feel as I have not felt before with anyone else." Yolanda moved a little closer to him. "Tell me," she asked him, "what it was. It is very difficult to put into words, because you are so lovely. My heart acknowledged it, and I felt a thrill run through my body, which was different to anything I had ever experienced." His lips were once again on her forehead. "Then my brain told me quite clearly that this was what I had been looking for, as you are so unlike in every way anyone else I have ever known." Yolanda gave a laugh. "I thought we would get back to our brains." "They are so important, Yolanda, because it is what makes us into what we are going to be in the future." Yolanda put up her hands and touched his cheek. "I love you. I adore you, Alan, and my love for you will make my brain do exactly what you tell it to do, just as long as you go on loving me. This is what my papa would call a new adventure. To me, it is just the most wonderful, exciting, and thrilling adventure there could possibly be. I can only answer you in one way, Yolanda." Then he was kissing her and drawing her closer and closer to him. As he made her his, Yolanda felt that he carried her up into the sky, and all the stars were dancing at the glory of their love. For both of them, there was now a heaven of love that was their own, and no one could ever take it from them. A Battle of Brains, written by Barbara Cartland.